Chapter 429. Jiang Shao did have a bold idea, but he was held back by reality. When Jiang Shao wanted to go out, he realized that he was wearing pajamas and there was a flower on his collar. Even a flower tattoo on his neck would be better than a flower on his collar. Ding dong! Ding dong! Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, "Is someone here to deliver clothes?" Teacher Fang just said that she ordered some clothes from the nearby mall. Jiang Shao hurriedly ran to open the door, but through the visual communication device, he saw a drenched person continuously pressing the doorbell. Jiang Shao opened the door for her and turned around to call out, "Little Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue asked as she walked out of the study. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and said, "I'm looking for you." Slightly stunned, Han Jiangxue opened the anti-theft door and looked out, only to hear the sound of someone climbing up the stairs. Teacher Fang lived on the 4th floor and that person probably couldn't wait for the elevator. Hence, she quickly scurried up. Jiang Shao took another 2 steps back. "She's here, she's here." He saw a drenched Xia Yan scurrying up. She widened her large, teary eyes and pursed her lips with an aggrieved expression. She then pulled Han Jiangxue into her arms, causing the rainwater on her to splatter all over the ground. Jiang Shao hid far away and thought, "Gosh, I almost got drenched in water." Han Jiangxue had just showered and her clean and soft pajamas were ruined. Xia Yan sobbed softly and rubbed her cold, drenched face against Han Jiangxue's. She wrapped her arms around Han Jiangxue tightly, as if she wanted to strangle her to death. Han Jiangxue didn't know what to say. She stroked Xia Yan's cold back with one hand and said softly after a while, "You're drenched in the rain and you're not in a good mood. You'll get sick easily." Okay. Xia Yan seemed to be unable to listen to anything else and simply nodded continuously. She looked just like an abandoned kitten and puppy. Behind him, Fang Xingyun silently watched the reunion. She was filled with emotions. Back then, she also had a fixed team. The relationship between the team members was very good, but as they grew up and entered their respective jobs, her team of 4 rarely got together. Everyone was very busy. Some were in the office and some were in the military. The next time they would meet was still a long time away. Fang Xingyun said gently, "Go and take a hot bath. No matter how good your physique is, you can't treat your body like this." Han Jiangxue pushed Xia Yan and reached out to untie her arms. However, after exerting a little force, she gave up and simply looked at Fang Xingyun apologetically with an apologetic smile. At that moment, Fang Xingyun's soft and emotional heart seemed to be able to understand such a situation. She did not blame him at all. Han Jiangxue wrapped an arm around Xia Yan's waist and lifted her up before walking towards the bathroom. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded by the scene. Yes, in terms of appearance, Han Jiangxue looked like a tall and slender urban girl. However, she was a galaxy stage star warrior and her power was not to be trifled with. However, the scene seemed rather jarring. It seemed more reasonable for Xia Yan to carry Han Jiangxue to the bathroom. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and got rid of his messy thoughts. He then said to Han Jiangxue, "I'm going out for a while." Han Jiangxue stopped at the door of the bathroom and turned to look at Jiang Shao. "Where are you going?" It would be fine if it were during normal times, but during such a critical period, she should indeed be aware of Jiang Zhao's whereabouts. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "In the morning, Second Last heard the news and rushed to the capital from the northwest to collect my corpse. She's now in the principal's office. I called her just now to tell her that I'm safe. She wants to meet me." Upon hearing the name Second Last, Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief. Second Last was Jiang Zhao's master, who had helped them countless galaxy stage powerhouses. Yet, she actually rushed over from the northwest as soon as she heard the news? After thinking about the nature of Second Last's work, Han Jiangxue could deeply sense how much Second Last valued Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Be careful, go and come back quickly." Fang Xingyun listened to the name curiously and reckoned that it was probably a code name. whose surname is Second. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao finally changed into the men's clothes that were delivered and felt much better. He had a shirt, jeans, and sneakers. The shirt and pants fit him well, but the size of the sneakers was a little too big. However, that was just a small problem. Teacher Fang is really a considerate person. Whoever marries her will be blessed. Jiang Shao thanked Fang Xingyun profusely. Under Fang Xingyun's constant reminders, Jiang Shao was forced to hand over an umbrella and a baseball cap. He then walked out of the house with his car keys. Mid-Mountain Maple Forest District. TSK. That's a good name. Look at the greenery. It'll probably be beautiful in late autumn. The Mid-Mountain Maple Forest District was only a few bus stops away from the capital, Star Warriors. The journey was not too long and there was no congestion. Jiang Shao drove Fang Xingyun's car and prayed that he wouldn't bump into any traffic police. Finally, he arrived opposite the south gate of the school. After finding a parking space, he lowered his hat and walked into the alley with an umbrella. The receptionist at the front desk of the Green Grassland Express Hotel was not surprised to see Jiang Shao lowering his hat and speaking softly. In fact, she encountered sneaky customers like him every day. After asking for the room number, Jiang Shao took the elevator to the 6th floor and knocked on the door of room 611A. The person who opened the door was a huge figure, blocking the door completely. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao pushed her in and turned around to close the door. He finally took off his hat and turned around to see Second Last, who was expressionless. She hadn't changed much. She didn't gain weight or lose weight. She didn't grow taller either. The two of them sized each other up quietly without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room was extremely gloomy. She was wearing black trousers, a white shirt, and a long black trench coat. Indeed, she looked like she was attending a funeral. All of a sudden, she moved and reached behind her head to untie her ponytail. She then raised her head slightly and shook it before tying it back up again. Judging from her posture, usually, her ponytail would be tied very low, which gave her a unique lethargic vibe. Even when she was fighting in the holy ground in the snowfield, she still behaved that way. So far, Jiang Shao had only seen her tie her ponytail up once, and that was when she entered the snowy mountains. It seemed to represent her attitude of preparing for battle. Jiang Shao took a step forward and grabbed the braid behind her head. "Let me tie it up for you, shall I?" Second Last raised her eyebrows and then let go of her hand. Her long hair fell down and she looked around before sitting on the chair and tossing the hair rope to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao walked behind her and tied her hair back into a low ponytail to ensure that she wouldn't transform. Jiang Shao said, "As you can see, I'm fine." Second Last nodded calmly and said, "Okay." Jiang Shao rolled his eyes at the back of her head and asked, "What about you?" Second Last said, "I'm alive." Jiang Shao couldn't help but roll his eyes at the back of her head again. After a long time, Jiang Shao said, "Look at your black and white clothes. Are you really here to collect my corpse?" Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "After coming out of the dimensional space and entering normal society, I changed my clothes and reminded myself to change my style of doing things." Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. Although the winner would be the king in normal society, it was still a civilized society, after all. Hence, all kinds of intrigues and fights were rarely accompanied by gunpowder. It was completely different from the dimensional space. Over there, people would really fight and cause blood to flow everywhere. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Thank you for coming to collect my corpse?" Second Last said calmly, "Yeah." Jiang Shao felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He looked at the back of her head and had an urge to slap her. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and decided that it was not the time to rebel yet. He said, "I'm a celebrity now. If I don't choose a secluded place, it'll be hard for me to chat." Second Last said, "I've checked. The room is safe. Don't worry." Jiang Shao suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into Second Last's ear, I absorbed the spacetime gap and the scourge of ruins. I also have 2 star techniques in 1 star. Second last froze slightly and turned her head around abruptly. She then looked up and widened her eyes. Really? Jiang Shao seemed rather nonchalant and mimicked what second last did just now. He hummed calmly and said, "Yeah." Second last was speechless. Wow. Comfortable. Awesome. Jiang Shao forcefully pulled her head back and continued to tie her ponytail. He tied it very low to ensure that she would remain indolent. Well, a big cat is much cuter than a lynx. Jiang Shao walked towards her and sat on the sofa before saying, "I want to ask you for a favor." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said softly, "Can you take my decoy away? My thoughts are interlinked with decoy. Although decoy can't increase the quality of my star techniques, I can hone my various combat skills. Decoy is also another me. Once decoy has mastered archery, swordsmanship, fists, and daggers, I'll have mastered them too." After staying silent for a while, second last said, "Leave the decoy behind. You come with me." Jiang Shao said helplessly, "No, decoy can't use his star techniques. He'll be exposed easily. Although there are more cultural classes in year 1, it's normal for him to go out to school for training every few days. I heard that there's also night training. Decoy will definitely be exposed. Let's focus on safety." Second last did not respond and simply nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Shao said, "I just want to ask if you can hide the fact that I still look like myself." Second last said, "My team is relatively independent and has a lot of autonomy. That won't be a problem. Since that's your plan, I'll recruit the 2 apprentices that they've been trying to shove into me. I'll bring you along too. If I bring the apprentices along, I'll have more autonomy." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. "It's a success." Second last said in a hoarse voice, "It's a good thing that you don't have any star technique. It'll allow you to focus more on honing your skills." Jiang Shao suddenly asked, "That does make sense, but my decoy doesn't have any star techniques. It's equivalent to bringing a burden to your team. Will it drag you down?" Second last said calmly, "From the perspective of a burden, there's no difference between you and the decoy." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Chapter 430. Second last stood up and strode towards the window, after which she tightened the curtains and turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao got a great shock. He didn't know what she wanted to do, but he dared not ask. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. Have you eaten? I'll order a grilled codfish for you." A takeaway?" Second last raised her head slightly and pointed at Jiang Shao with her chin. "Let's see your star technique." Jiang Shao immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he looked around and scanned the room before saying, "I can't use the ruins of calamity. It will open a 3x3 square space door and cause damage to this place." Second last nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "Spacetime gap." Second last then took off her coat and threw it towards the middle of the hall. At the next moment it seemed to be haunted. The hall was finally empty at first, but as the coat fell, a human silhouette appeared. Second last's long and narrow eyes lit up and she strode forward to pick up Jiang Zhao's coat. She then looked down at him and said, "You really shouldn't waste your life in college." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "A few days ago, I heard a student preparing for the World Cup. She said that she and the soldiers were just different in terms of division of labor." Second last clearly understood what he meant and asked, "Do you want to participate in the World Cup?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I want to do something earth-shattering while I'm still young." Second last nodded, seemingly deep in thought. "That's why you want me to take the bait away." Jiang Shao nodded silently. There was a sudden change in second last's expressionless face and she smirked. "You're very determined and you seem to be in a hurry. You don't want to participate in the next one, but this one." Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before nodding again. Second last asked, "Why?" Jiang Shao said, "I want to have a story to tell in this life. Second last pressed Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, "You're the champion of the Provincial League, the champion of the Second Wasteland Reclamation, and the champion of the National League. You have a lot of stories to tell." Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not considered capable to be unreasonable." Second last finally smiled, and it was a rare smile on her cold and sullen face. It was so charming. Jiang Zhao said, "What are you laughing at? I'm qualified. This is my goal now." "I'm not mocking you. I'm appreciating you." Second last said in a hoarse voice, "The selection process for the World Cup is very strict. It's a team that will go to the world for the country. During the selection process, you will definitely have to light up your star map and be asked to register your star technique." Jiang Zhao said, "I can light them up. If you can secretly get me some Korean earth hibiscus star beads, that would be even better." Second last's expression changed slightly and she frowned. "You have very few star slots. Are you sure you want to use them on this kind of star bead?" Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "If I don't hide my star map, it'll always be a time bomb. The earth hibiscus star bead is great. It can help me solve this problem once and for all. I've studied the various types of star techniques around the world and realized that there aren't many types of star bead. Their functions are similar, but they are essentially the same. They all follow the same principle: quality is limited. No matter how strong the user's understanding of star techniques is, they will still fail if they encounter a star technique that is of a higher quality than star techniques of camouflage. I can easily upgrade the earth hibiscus star bead to platinum quality or even higher. That's a solution for me once and for all." Second last nodded and said, "Seems like you'll never reveal the secret of upgrading your star techniques." Jiang Zhao smiled and said, "No, I won't. Ever since I discovered the characteristics of the star map, this problem has been with me ever since. No matter what choice I made in the past, I'll still insist on it now. I won't change. I've also thought about the impact of making it public, but there are only a few outcomes, some good and some bad. I also have plenty of theories to support the good and bad outcomes. However, a bunch of theories will only add to my troubles. The problem is very complicated, and it's not a simple math problem that can be solved with a standard answer. I'm not willing to risk my life for an uncertain future. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that I'll get into trouble because of my wealth." Second last was noncommittal and said, "So you have to use the earth hibiscus star bead to protect you during the World Cup." Jiang Zhao said, "It's not just the World Cup, it's also my future. Besides, it has 3 star techniques in 1 star and the effects are definitely more powerful than you think, especially after the upgrade. That happens to be the most attractive thing to me. It can only change the appearance of the star map now, but what if it can change the essence of the star map in the future? What if my 9 star slots can be changed to 18 in the future? What about 28? You've already seen the evolution direction of the decoy. It has transformed from a phantom to a real entity. Of course, the earth hibiscus star bead has the possibility of such an evolution." Second last ignored Jiang Zhao's speculation and simply looked at him with a stern expression. "Have you made up your mind?" Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, I want to go to the World Cup. This is something that I think is meaningful." "Something meaningful?" Second last murmured softly and chewed on it. She subconsciously raised her hand that was pressing on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and rubbed his face gently with her thumb. Jiang Zhao's face was a little ticklish and he couldn't help but rub his face against his shoulder. He suddenly said, "I'm underage." Second last seemed to be daydreaming and ignored Jiang Zhao at all, seemingly thinking about something seriously. Jiang Zhao got serious too. After some thought, he said, "Let me fight to my heart's content and then come back to fight with you. I'll hide my identity." Second last lowered her head and looked at Jiang Zhao seriously. She said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, leave the decoy and star bead to me. It was impossible for him not to be touched. Jiang Shao knew what kind of person second last was, and she would definitely do what she said. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do her best. Jiang Shao said, "I thought you would reject or even stop me, but you agreed to everything." Seriously, second last patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, "Maybe this is something that I think is meaningful." That's heartwarming. Jiang Shao didn't know how to answer. A serious person saying serious words is the most deadly. Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, "I'll buy you 2 grilled codfish, shall I?" Second last casually threw her coat on the bed and returned to the sofa. She then sat down and said, "The only thing that puzzles me is why you want to participate in this year's World Cup. You have 3 years to grow and prepare for the next one." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "You should ask why the World Cup is only held once every 2 years. You should also ask why students can only participate in it twice. Even if they have to repeat a year, they can't participate in it for the 3rd time." Second last raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shao with interest. Jiang Shao walked towards the bedside phone and continued, "You should ask why a student can only win 2 championships at most. It's good to have a dynasty of 3 championships in a row." Second last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said in a hoarse voice, "If your leg is broken now, can you heal it yourself?" Jiang Shao asked, Do you want to eat codfish?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and didn't say anything else. She then slowly closed her eyes and rested. Jiang Shao picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. Yes, the one next door will do. 4 grilled codfish, 20 lamb skewers, 4 scones, 2 squid plates, 4 chicken wings. What did you say?" "No, I don't want the insanely spicy one. Just the normal spicy one will do. By the way, give me 2 big fat kidneys, grilled and dry." Second last, who was sitting on the sofa and resting with her eyes closed, swallowed her saliva. "Another 250 grams of braised pork." We don't have it here?" Second last said, "No, we'll leave in the afternoon." Jiang Shao frantically said, No, 2 bottles of Sprite. Just add it to the room fee. Let's settle the bill together." Jiang Shao put down the phone and turned to look at second last. "Is it enough?" Second last opened her eyes and looked at her good disciple. "He's spending my money and yet he's so generous. He even asked if it's enough. Alright, at least he's considerate." After the 2 of them had their meal, Jiang Shao left the bait behind and drove away. Jiang Shao initially wanted to manipulate it. Since the bait that he summoned could transform into clothes, could it transform into other clothes too? Or a hat and a mask? However, Jiang Shao was overthinking. Perhaps it was because of the problem with the function of his star technique. The bait that he summoned was exactly the same as the real Jiang Shao. Second last asked the front desk to purchase a set of clothes in a bid to change Jiang Zhao's appearance. It was already late when she returned, so she decided to stay in the hotel for the night. The poor bait Jiang Shao had no choice but to sleep on the sofa. The bait Jiang Shao was really lifelike. Apart from the fact that he didn't have a star map, he was just like a living person. Besides, when the bait was sleeping, the real Jiang Shao felt that it was much quieter. Although he could largely block out the sense of connection between them, he couldn't completely block it. The next day, second last brought the disguised Jiang Shao to the special airport and flew to the northwest. There was no need to say goodbye because the bait Jiang Shao was also Jiang Shao. Second last barely got what she wanted, but in the end, she still left the capital with Jiang Shao. Of course, that was all for the next day. That afternoon, Jiang Shao drove back to Maple Forest Estate. As soon as he entered the house, he saw an unusually heartwarming scene. Xia Yan had probably not rested well for several days and was extremely exhausted due to the ups and downs in her emotions. After bathing and changing, she should have sat on the sofa to ask Han Jiangxue about the situation. However, she ended up falling asleep on little Jiangxue's lap. The lap pillow was indeed a good one. However, the problem was that while everyone else was lying on their backs, Xia Yan was kneeling with her arms and legs curled up. Han Jiangxue did not wake her up. Instead, she gently stroked Xia Yan's chestnut-colored hair. The scene was simply too heartwarming. If Jiang Shao hadn't lost his mobile phone, he would have definitely recorded the strange sleeping posture of the husky. Chapter 431. The next morning, Jiang Shao rubbed his sleepy eyes, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw the husky staring at him affectionately. Jiang Shao woke up in shock. Who can stand it? When did she stand at my door? Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment. You didn't stand here all night, did you? Xia Yan did not retort like she usually did. Instead, she looked at Jiang Shao with complicated emotions in her beautiful eyes and said, I'll treat you very well in the future. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and patted Xia Yan's shoulder with one hand. When you go home during the university holidays, your mother will treat you the same way, but in less than a week, she'll start to get annoyed with you and ask you why you're staying at home every day and why you haven't started school yet. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. At this moment, Fang Xingyun, who was passing by in the living room, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard that. Jiang Shao said, Hurry up and wash up, then help teacher Fang cook. Get moving. Xia Yan pursed her lips and watched as Jiang Shao walked past her, refusing to accept her kindness. She couldn't help but raise her leg and kick Jiang Zhao's butt. Jiang Shao staggered and turned to look at Xia Yan. Did you see that? You can't even hold on for a week. With just a few words, you've revealed your true colors. Xia Yan pointed at Jiang Shao and yelled, Shut up. Jiang Shao said, No, no, no. Xia Yan stomped her feet in anger and yelled, Ah! In the bedroom far away, Han Jiangxue watched the scene quietly with a warm smile on her cold face. She comforted Xia Yan for the entire night, but it didn't work. However, Jiang Shao only used a few words to make Xia Yan return to her normal state. It was just as magical as restoring the factory settings. Han Jiangxue returned to the room and tidied up the bedroom neatly. Jiang Shao was right, they did have to do something. Although they weren't living under someone else's roof, Teacher Fang was kind enough to take them in and give them some space to recuperate. Hence, the two of them couldn't take it for granted. Teacher Fang's culinary skills were very good. After the three of them reunited, the sky cleared up after the storm. They were in a good mood, so their appetites were whetted. The presence of the three little fellows made the house a lot warmer. Ms. Fang was also in a good mood. She looked radiant as she quietly watched the three little fellows play. Her temperament was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were as gentle as water. She was worthy of being called a beauty. Sigh, thinking of her job and her strong personal strength, it was no wonder that she couldn't find a partner. After breakfast, when Jiang Shao rushed to wash the dishes, Ms. Fang had already changed into her clothes. She reminded Han Jiangxue not to wander around and said that she would bring the ingredients back at noon. She then headed to work with her bag. The three of them were left to look after the house. The three of them looked at each other and continued with their cleaning work. While washing the dishes, Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue, who was wiping the kitchen counter, and asked, Do you think I'm competent enough to be a matchmaker? Xia Yan, who was sweeping the floor in the living room, pricked up her ears and moved closer and closer to the kitchen. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao curiously and asked, What's wrong? Jiang Shao asked, Do you think Ms. Fang can take a liking to Hai Tianqing? Xia Yan's voice sounded from outside the kitchen. Jiang Shao glanced outside angrily. Xia Yan walked in and sat down on the chair. Hai Tianqing is much younger than Ms. Fang, isn't he? Jiang Shao, who was washing the dishes, clearly stiffened for a few seconds. At the same time, the decoy Jiang Shao, who was boarding the plane, tugged at second last sleeve and asked softly, How old is Hai Tianqing this year? Second last said, He was born in 1985. Why? The decoy Jiang Shao said, Nothing, I suddenly thought of asking. Why is he so much older than you? Aren't you teammates? Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and did not respond. At the same time, Jiang Shao, who was washing the dishes, said, He's 31 years old this year. Xia Yan said, Yeah, there's a difference of a few years. However, Jiang Shao said, It's fine as long as he's a good person. A woman who's 3 years older than her is destined to be rich. Xia Yan smacked her lips and said, Well, Jiang Shao said, Look at how he dresses like a groomsman every day. I reckon he's been wanting to be a groom for a long time. Han Jiangshi asked, Teacher Hai probably isn't married, right? The scene changed and the decoy Jiang Shao tugged at second last sleeve again. Hai Tianqing isn't married, is he? Second last fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, No, but he has someone he loves. However, that person has abandoned him and everyone else forever. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, What does that mean? Second last seems to be in a relationship with Hai Tianqing, the woman he loves deeply? And they're very close? Second last said, That's it. Jiang Shao, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen, remained silent for a few seconds before saying, I don't think he's married. Han Jiangxue acutely sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Shao. She asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and said, It's nothing. I'll send Ms. Fang's WeChat to Hai Tianqing. Their temperaments are very compatible. They're both good-looking and talented. Xia Yan said meekly, I'm not belittling Teacher Hai, but I'm afraid he really isn't worthy of Ms. Fang. Jiang Shao said, Hai Tianqing used to be a light chaser, but it seems that Hai Tianqing is at least at the peak of the galaxy stage. Even if he isn't, he should be in the late stage. No matter how strong Ms. Fang is, she can't be. Okay, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Can the galaxy stage and the galaxy stage be the same? In other words, could a platinum rank creature and a gold rank creature be the same in terms of strength? Jiang Shao smiled and said, The most important thing for humans is sincerity. Look at me, a small fry in the nebula stage. Look at the two of you, the overlords of the galaxy. Aren't you still around me every day? Xia Yan said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Jiang Shao answered, Congratulations on advancing to the galaxy stage. Don't just stand there and do nothing. Hurry up and sweep the floor. Xia Yan muttered, %yen #@ and yen #@. Looking at Xia Yan, who was sweeping the floor sullenly, Jiang Shao smiled and said, I heard from little Jiangxue last night that you've really achieved great results in the past 3 days. Xia Yan humphed and said, Just don't give me any more surprises, you two. Jiang Shao chuckled and asked, Are you ready to absorb any star techniques? Xia Yan's train of thought was rather clear. She said, I'm going for the battle style and I've already absorbed 3 star techniques, brass quality Shadow Blade and gold quality Shadow Blade Fury. They were awarded to me during the national competition. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and said, Shadow Blade is a throw-type star technique, isn't it? Shadow Blade Fury should be throwing a large number of Shadow Blades in all directions, right? They all seem to carry soul damage? Xia Yan nodded and said, Yes, but the brass quality Shadow Blade only has a small probability of adding soul damage. However, the gold quality Shadow Blade Fury definitely carries soul damage. Jiang Shao said, Didn't you say that you've absorbed 3 star techniques? What's the third one? Xia Yan's expression turned sullen, and she seemed to have thought of something. She said, Platinum quality Blade of Death. Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao asked, You absorbed the champion star bead too? You even succeeded? Wow. You're so rich. The star technique Blade of Death was produced in the Cave of Death in Yanzhou Province. It was a star bead called the Ghost of Death. In terms of its preciousness, a simple example would be the Cave of Death, which was like the Inferno Tribunal in Beijing. The star beasts there were all at least platinum quality. Besides, just like the Inferno Tribunal, there were very few star beads that were opened. As the champion, the star bead awarded to Xia Yan by the competition was of the same grade as the one awarded to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue received the Troll Inferno Master star bead, while Xia Yan received the Ghost of Death star bead. In fact, Jiang Zhao's was not bad either. The White Mountain Mist star bead was also of platinum quality, but its functions overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star technique. Hence, Jiang Zhao did not absorb it. As the most valuable student in the finals, Jiang Zhao also received the platinum quality Void Scourge star bead. There was no doubt that winning the National League Championship would be a qualitative leap in a team's strength. Not everyone could become the champion, and there were only 4 of them every year. The competition authorities and the Star Association were clearly putting in a lot of effort to nurture the students. All the star beads were extremely precious and not circulated in the market at all. Of course, I've already given you what you should. Whether you can absorb it or not will depend on your own abilities. Xia Yan glared at Jiang Zhao and said, "What's the use of having money? You can't buy those star beads with money. I haven't been in a good state for the past few days, and I've been hating myself for being useless." In a moment of impulse, Jiang Zhao understood what Xia Yan meant, but he didn't know if he should blame her or feel touched. Hence, he changed the topic and said, "Don't think about it. You've already absorbed it. Isn't that great? Why don't you look happy?" Xia Yan said, I felt a sense of clarity at that time, just like how Shueshue felt when she absorbed the Inferno Puppet star bead. At that time, Shueshue obtained 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. I felt the same way too, but I failed. Jiang Zhao was infuriated. Is that even something a human would say? Jiang Zhao couldn't help but complain. You want to have 2 star techniques in 1 star bead? Double platinum quality too? Are you dreaming? You're lucky to be able to absorb one. Why are you here with me? At the side, Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Zhao with a sullen gaze and interrupted him. You have no right to say that about her. Jiang Zhao smiled awkwardly and said, Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Chapter 432. Recovering 2 chapters a day, 17 points and 20 points. Adding chapters depended on the situation. He had been too tired from writing for nearly 10,000 chapters a day. Jiang Zhao looked at Xia Yan and asked, So, can you do 3 consecutive slashes now? Of course, Jiang Zhao had seen Xia Yan's star bead before. The Blade of Desperation was not a blade made of star power. Instead, he covered his weapon with astral power and let his weapon carry him to the ends of the world. In other words, he would be able to travel quickly on the battlefield. The speed of the shuttle was extremely fast, and the user would be able to appear in front of the enemy in an instant within a certain range. Once the star technique was activated, it could be used up to 3 times. Of course, as the user, one could forcibly stop the last 2 shuttles, but the total amount of star power consumed would not change. After talking about the advantages, he moved on to the disadvantages. Firstly, rapid shuttling was not equivalent to teleportation. There was a fundamental difference between the two, be it in terms of speed or trajectory. Besides, it was a star technique that carried the user and not a star technique that acted on the user's body. Once the weapon was hit or destroyed in the process, the star technique would also dissipate. Secondly, the star technique consumed a lot of star power. Thirdly, the star technique consumed a lot of weapons. How much exactly did it consume? The first star technique of the Ghoul star bead was called Blade of Desperation, which was also a platinum quality star technique that could summon a blade out of thin air. It was a platinum quality weapon. Jiang Zhao could infer how good it was based on its quality alone. The Blade of Desperation was considered the original version of the Blade of Desperation star technique. However, after the user activated the Blade of Desperation star technique and shuttled 3 times, the blade would shatter on the ground regardless of whether it touched the enemy or not. The shattering of the blade did not come from an external force, but from the internal star technique, Blade of Desperation. In other words, the moment the user activated the Blade of Desperation and covered the blade with star power, the fate of the blade would be determined. Xia Yan nodded and said, "Sure, but I have to leave a star slot for it to be equipped with a star technique that summons weapons. I'm rich and don't care if the weapon breaks, but I can't drag a carriage full of blades everywhere I go." Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yan continued, "I can't rely on Shueshua too much either. This incident is a good example. I've taken a liking to the Black Flame Mountain. What do you guys think?" Han Jiangshua said, "The prerequisite for using the Black Flame Star Technique is to possess the Black Flame Star Technique and have black flames on your body. Only then can you draw your weapon. The Black Flame Star Technique will continue to burn your life and make you feel intense burning pain. The Dispel Purification Star Technique can't get rid of it." Xia Yan said indifferently, "I'm burning my life, but at the same time, it will also greatly increase my power." Han Jiangshua frowned slightly and said, "You already have the Star Technique Heavy Damage. Every attack will have additional power." However, Xia Yan seemed to be certain about that type of star technique. She said, "I use giant blades. If I can really turn star techniques into weapons in the future, my star map will also transform into a two-handed heavy sword. That's what I'm doing. To me, there's never too much power." Han Jiangshua looked at the great Mang girl, who was indomitable in terms of output, and couldn't help but persuade her. "You can also choose some defensive star techniques to increase your defensive abilities or increase other physical attributes other than strength." Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, "There are many star techniques that can directly summon weapons and even have special effects. The Black Flame Star Technique doesn't match your noble status." Xia Yan blinked in bewilderment and thought, "Why don't I know what my identity is? Even the gold-quality Black Flame Star Technique isn't good enough for me? So I'm actually so honorable?" Jiang Shao walked toward Xia Yan and placed his hand in front of her face before shaking it left and right. He then snapped his fingers twice and said, "Retract your attention and follow my train of thought." Xia Yan couldn't help but look at Jiang Zhao's fingers, only to discover that his hand had finally landed on her shoulder. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Call me Brother Xiaopi and I'll give you a treasure." Xia Yan glared at Jiang Shao and said, "Dream on." Jiang Shao wasn't annoyed and instead chuckled. "Platinum quality, Heart of Nature. Have you heard of it? It's resistant to all star techniques of nature. It's even of platinum quality. Can you imagine how effective it is?" Xia Yan froze for a moment and her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Full resistance?" Jiang Shao frantically explained, "Ah, that's not it. I mean star techniques of nature. Wind, fire, ice, thunder, earth, water. Anyway, it's all star techniques of nature." Gulp. Xia Yan swallowed her saliva and her eyes glistened slightly. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. "Hee, you don't have any faith, do you? I thought you were going to go all the way and learn to increase your power and output. Aren't you tempted after hearing that it's a good defensive star technique?" Jiang Shao continued to tempt her. "It's from the Snow Mountain domain of the Northwest Front, which is where I went on vacation. White Mountain Snow Feather Star Bead of platinum quality. You deserve it." Xia Yan listened to Jiang Zhao's explanation and realized that he didn't seem to be lying. Jiang Shao continued, "It's a peerless one. At that time, the dimensional space of the Northwest Front was very active, so I was lucky enough to enter. Now that it's no longer active, not many people can enter the Snow Mountain domain anymore." The latter part of his sentence was true, but the first 3 words were false. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for Second Last to bring Jiang Shao into the Snow Mountain domain. To others, it might be a peerless one, but not to Jiang Shao. Xia Yan was a little hesitant and conflicted. Little Jiangxue has already absorbed the heart of nature. I still have more than 10 of them. I guarantee that you'll be able to absorb the heart of nature. All you need to do is say something and simply address it as a name, and you'll become an invincible god of war who's not afraid of fire or water. His words were the last straw that broke the camel's back for Xia Yan. Xia Yan lowered her head and blushed. She had always been cheerful and generous, but she's actually a little shy? Xia Yan stammered hesitantly, Xiaopi brother. Jiang Shao leaned his ear closer and said, What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Xia Yan blushed and she suddenly looked up and yelled, Brother Xiaopi. Jiang Shao grimaced and rubbed his ears while walking backwards. With a look of disdain, he said, You're not Xia Yan. Definitely not. The Xia Yan I know is unyielding and unyielding. She'll never bow down to anyone. Who's pretending to be you? I can't give you this star bead. Xia Yan was completely dumbfounded and her face was filled with bewilderment. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xia Yan's face gradually turned sullen and she clenched her fists tightly while her body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was trying her best to endure something. Seeing that something was amiss, Han Jiangxue hurriedly hugged Xia Yan. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. With a solemn expression, Xia Yan grabbed the Baishanxue star bead that Jiang Shao handed over to her, feeling extremely touched. No matter how much they quarreled verbally, in terms of actual behavior, his feelings for her were sincere, and he was never stingy. Humans were all reciprocal, just like how Xia Yan bought Jiang Shao star bead. Of course, the value was definitely not equal. From this perspective, Xia Yan's drop of water had been exchanged for a spring. Jiang Shao also found the 3 earth hibiscus star beads that Xia Yan bought for him from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. Holding the star bead in his hand, he turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, I've made up my mind. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, If it can give you an additional guarantee of safety, it'll be worth it. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and asked the same question to second last and Han Jiangxue. Although the two of them chose to support Jiang Zhao's decision in the end, they gave different answers at the first moment. Maybe it's because Han Jiangxue has been thinking about it for a long time. However, Jiang Shao continued, I've also decided to participate in this year's World Cup. I want to participate in the selection. Xia Yan suddenly yelled, Ah! Jiang Shao got a great shock and asked, What are you yelling for? Are you looking down on me? Can't I participate? Xia Yan exuded a cold aura from her hands as she thumped her chest and stomped her feet. That gold-quality frost wind star technique. Jiang Shao hurriedly comforted her. The Wind Series star technique is not bad too. Besides, it's not an ordinary one. It's of high quality and can not only blow people away, but it can also freeze enemies. Think about how Wu Haoyang repelled thousands of troops with a single slash in the arsenal. Your slash will be more powerful than his. You don't have to feel so uncomfortable. Xia Yan pursed her lips and had no choice but to accept the fact. Holding the star bead in her hand, she closed her eyes and said, Don't ice roar, don't ice roar. Jiang Shao had a look of disdain on his face. He understood Xia Yan's feelings, but absorbing ice roar? She's probably thinking too much. Does Dozhan still want a pure rules star technique? Of course, it was not impossible. There were also examples of warriors possessing pure rules star techniques, but such situations were extremely rare. Due to the profession, to be exact, because of the star map, warriors were naturally more compatible with warrior star technique. Rules star techniques were also more compatible with rules star techniques, be it absorption or usage. For example, second last absorbed frost wind and the heart of nature. Han Jiangxue absorbed ice roar and the heart of nature. This world had its own special rules. The star map was everything that determined the fate of a star warrior. Why was Xia Yan praying so much? It was because, from the perspective of the effects would definitely be worlds apart if Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue were to use ice roar of the same quality. Xia Yan said apologetically, "This star bead is too precious. I can't wait to be the first to absorb the heart of nature. My heart aches so much when it breaks." Jiang Shao was confident and said firmly, "Don't think about it, focus. If you succeed, you can take the star technique. If you fail, the star bead will be on me." Xia Yan closed her eyes and held onto the star bead. "Xiaopi?" Jiang Shao asked. "Huh?" Xia Yan said, "I drive a car that's worth 1,000,000 yuan and live in a villa that's worth tens of millions. Ever since I was young, I've always been very satisfied on the material level. It's you. For the first time, I feel like I'm being taken care of." Jiang Shao was speechless. Chapter 433. Nonsense, Han Jiangxue said while glaring at Xia Yan. Xia Yan pouted, looking like she wanted to retort but dared not. She muttered softly, "That's right. Xiaopi. Xiaopi? Han Jiangxue looked at the astonished look on Xia Yan's face and turned around, only to see that the one sitting on her left was also Xia Yan? Two Xia Yan? Dumbfounded, Han Jiangxue looked around and thought, 2 Xia Yans? Earth Hibiscus Star Bead, Third Star Technique. Secondary Image. Activate the second phase. Xia Yan stood up abruptly, leaned over, and grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar. Transform back. Look at how flat you look now. You're about the same as Shueshua. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, Xia Yan's figure was indeed sexy and alluring. The Xia Yan that Xia Yan was holding in her hand was still Jiang Zhao's, apart from having the same face. Star power circulated on Jiang Zhao's face, but it was more accurate to say that his entire head was covered in star power. His short, curly chestnut-colored hair had evolved from a buzz cut that was almost exactly the same as Xia Yan's head. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed his appearance. 2 seconds later, Xia Yan shrieked and threw Jiang Shao onto the sofa before retreating frantically. Han Jiangxue had a peculiar expression on her face and was really caught between laughter and tears. It was because Jiang Shao had transformed into Li Wei's appearance. "What the hell is this?" Xia Yan yelled as she sat at the furthest end of the sofa. "Oh!" Jiang Shao finally put away the secondary image star technique and thought to himself, "It's not a second face. There are many faces that I can change into at will." Hence, the 2 in the introduction of the star technique was not a quantifier, but another face for the user. Although Jiang Shao had transformed back, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan remained silent, and there was a strange silence in the room. It seemed that no one knew what to say. Jiang Shao broke the silence in a timely manner and said, "You really have to change your head. You can't even change your body. If I were to change my appearance to that of a baby, wouldn't I be the legendary giant baby?" Jiang Shao held onto the star bead and carefully studied it again through the internal star map. Earth Hibiscus Star Bead, Gold Quality. Star Techniques. 1. Earthlight. When the star map vibrates violently, it will always be accompanied by intense light. Condense star power, vibrate, and change the original appearance of the star map. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques might cause a riot of star power. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Star Concealment. Conceals the fluctuations of star power in the body. If other star techniques are used during the activation of this star technique, it may cause a riot of star power. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 3. Secondary Minister. Second Phase. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Jiang Shao used star concealment, and all of a sudden, the slowly surging nebula in his body seemed to have stopped. At this moment, He no longer absorbed any star power from the outside world and seemed to have become a completely ordinary person. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao curiously, not understanding what he was doing again. Clearly, star concealment had a very special function. Normally, a star warrior would want star techniques that were related to output and defense. Even the auxiliary-type star warriors would rarely detect the fluctuations of star power in a place. Perhaps only the professionals in some state agencies would have a need for such star technique. For example, the star warrior police officers who apprehend criminals and patrol officers? Or the star warrior soldiers stationed at the borders? High-level bodyguards or something like that. Anyway, given Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's current status as students, star concealment would not be of much use to them. Why? If the three of them were strangers, it would be difficult for them to tell if Jiang Shao was a star warrior, regardless of whether he used star concealment or not. Of course, that was only from the perspective of star power fluctuations. If one were to look at it intuitively, they would still be able to distinguish star warriors. After all, star warriors had extremely high requirements for their physique, so they would all have good figures. Besides, they would have a temperament that they had developed on the battlefield over the years. Hence, it was easy to distinguish them. It was just like how ordinary people in ordinary society would distinguish between soldiers. Even if a real soldier were to go back to his hometown to visit his relatives in casual clothes, he would still be able to tell them apart when they walked past him. Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't be so short-sighted. It might not be useful in civilized society, but Jiang Shao wouldn't be someone who would only hang around in civilized society in the future. What else could he not encounter when he was at the borders of the country with Second Last? If there were really special missions such as going abroad to kidnap a criminal or collect information, star concealment would definitely be a useful functional star technique. Jiang Shao lit up his star map and Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Even though she had already mentally prepared herself, her heart still trembled when she saw Jiang Zhao's dazzling gold and platinum body. This is my little, Jiang Shao. 7 star slots, 16 star techniques, 3 silver quality, 4 gold quality, 9 platinum quality. Platinum quality should be considered the highest level of star technique that a star warrior could come into contact with. Normally, a star warrior would be extremely lucky to have a platinum quality star technique, right? A platinum quality star technique could almost create a powerhouse who could take charge of an area. There were a total of 9 platinum quality star techniques in Jiang Zhao's small star map. That was because Jiang Shao was in a bad mental state after his training in the snowfield. Hence, he decided to go home early. As long as Jiang Shao wanted to, he could upgrade Bell, Nostalgia, Dawn, and Imprint to platinum quality too. He's going to become a god. If he were to throw it out, it would dominate the trending topics on Weibo, CCTV News, and World News. All the celebrities who cheated on me today and cheated on me tomorrow will have to make way for me, God Pi. That's the only piece of news in the world today. The toxic healer is dressed in platinum quality and may be the spokesperson for Zhou Dafu jewelry. Little poison healer, who is dressed in platinum armor, will fight against Happy Farm Destroyer, who is fully equipped with colorful diamond equipment. Han Jiangxue crossed her arms in front of her chest and twisted her slender fingers together nervously. The 3 silver quality star slots, which were incompatible with the quality of the star slots in the star map, slowly turned into gold quality star slots. Clearly, Jiang Shao had absorbed the second Earth Hibiscus star bead. Due to the fact that the Earth Hibiscus star bead was of gold quality and the 3 star techniques were of silver quality, the 3 star techniques were upgraded by 1 level at the same time. Now, they were 9 platinum quality and 7 gold quality. Jiang Zhao's body suddenly lit up with a dazzling ray of light. That was the effect of his first star technique, Earth Light. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but reach out to cover her eyes. Through the gaps between her slender fingers, she saw an extremely strange scene. Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter and regroup. Next, the 7 gold quality and platinum quality star slots all lost their high-quality luster and became pitiful brass quality. Even the 8th and 9th star slots that had yet to be used had become brass quality star slot. Are you afraid of the toxic healer who's dressed in brass quality? Jiang Shao had been reading the information in the internal star map. After the 3 silver quality star techniques were upgraded, there were some changes in the introduction of the star technique. When the first star technique, Earthlight, and the second star technique, Star Concealment, were of silver quality, there was a sentence in them. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause star power insurrection. Now, the insurrection had become disorder. Clearly, the negative effects had been reduced by an entire level. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Does that mean that I can use other star techniques whenever I activate 1 or 2 of them in the future? Star power disorder is much lighter than star power insurrection. When these 2 star techniques are upgraded to platinum quality in the future, will the word disorder be removed? Will Jiang Shao be able to use any star technique without any worries while in disguise? Compared to the silver quality secondary image, there were also some subtle changes. It changed from second face to second appearance. The change in those few words caused the entire star technique to undergo an earth-shattering change. Yay! At the side, Xia Yan, who was immersed in her own world, waved her hand forcefully with a smile on her face. Before anyone else could ask, she lit up her star map. A 2-handed sword with 28 star slot. 3 brass quality, 5 silver quality, 3 gold quality, 2 platinum quality. Xia Yan jumped up from the sofa happily and exclaimed, "Heart of nature! Haha, heart of nature!" She looked like a husky that was rolling around in joy. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan and the star map on his body vibrated, emitting a dazzling ray of light. That finally attracted Xia Yan's attention, and she hurriedly covered her eyes with one hand. Jiang Zhao's face and even his body were changing cleverly under the cover of star power. The dazzling light gradually dissipated, and when Xia Yan put down her palm and looked at Jiang Shao, she realized that she was looking at an almost perfect Xia Yan. Their faces were almost identical, and their figures were exactly the same. A 2-handed sword with 28 star slot. 3 brass quality, 5 silver quality, 3 gold quality, 2 platinum quality. Xia Yan walked over and pulled the real Xia Yan up from the sofa. The 2 of them stood side by side. Jiang Shao said, "There's a difference." Han Jiangxue clenched her fists and pressed them against her lips while observing them carefully. From top to bottom, from left to right, from appearance to expression, to the 2-handed sword star map, and even to the color of the star slots on the star map, Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She said, "She's 3 centimeters taller than you." Jiang Shao nodded. His body was completely disguised, but he couldn't disguise his height. In other words, Jiang Shao still couldn't become a real baby and could only be a giant one. Han Jiangxue thought about it again and said, voice line. Jiang Shao nodded again. His voice was still his own and he couldn't imitate anyone else's. Han Jiangxue stood up and walked around the 2 Xia Yan before saying, "In terms of body proportion, her upper body is shorter." Jiang Shao tried his best to transform so that his body proportion was closer to Xia Yan's. "It's too similar, really too similar." Han Jiangxue walked to the front of the 2 of them and said to Jiang Shao, "Your gaze, be more blurry. Don't be so clear." Xia Yan was pressing her hand on Jiang Zhao's chest curiously. Upon hearing her words, she turned to look at Han Jiangxue with a bewildered expression. However, Jiang Shao said, "Don't worry, I'll only use earthly light in the future. The Star Concealment Society will rarely use it. Unless it's really necessary, I won't use it either." On one hand, it'll reduce your troubles. On the other hand, the less I use it, the lower the risk of being suspected and discovered. Good steel should be used where it's needed most." While speaking, Jiang Shao tilted his head like Xia Yan did, his face full of bewilderment. "Oh my God!" Han Jiangxue murmured softly while holding her forehead with one hand and sitting down on the sofa. She didn't even dare to look at Jiang Shao again. This is too lifelike. Chapter 434. Teacher Fang came back at noon and she wasn't alone. She brought a group of people back. According to Teacher Fang's introduction, they were the representatives of the Victor's Legion and the Wasteland Reclaimers who had come to understand the situation. Long before Teacher Fang introduced them, Jiang Shao and the others had already recognized one of them, Wasteland Reclaimer Qin Wanchuan. Didn't he work in the Northeast region? What was he doing in the imperial capital? While feeling bewildered, Jiang Shao and the rest were also filled with gratitude towards Teacher Fang. Obviously, this kind of understanding of the situation should have been done in some other quiet place, or even in the other party's unit or military camp. However, Teacher Fang had invited them to his home. The house was Teacher Fang's personal residence, and it was quiet enough to save Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue the trouble of traveling. On the other hand, Teacher Fang's house wasn't like a military camp. It wasn't the enemy's home ground, so Teacher Fang could take care of the siblings to a certain extent. 4 officers, 2 groups of people. The siblings were interrogated alone. Of course, they had already prepared their words beforehand, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Jiang Shao went to the balcony with the Victor's Legion, while Han Jiangxue went to the study with the Wasteland Reclaimers. After carefully inquiring about what had happened, the soldiers extended an olive branch to Jiang Shao, which was something that Jiang Shao had never expected. They provided Jiang Shao with very good treatment, hoping that Jiang Shao would consider joining the Victor's Legion. Such words should have been said in the 4th year when the school organized recruitment, right? The generous treatment proposed by the Victor's Legion also made Jiang Shao dumbfounded. It was almost no different from a special recruitment. There was no written examination or practical assessment. If they wanted to come, they only needed to go through a symbolic interview and background check. After that, they could directly take up a post. All the procedures were completed, and they were no different from regular soldiers. Jiang Shao didn't have to start as an apprentice and directly accepted the position of vice captain of the Victor's return team. In theory, he would be promoted after serving for a few years. In fact, as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, Jiang Shao would be promoted very quickly. What followed was an increase in salary, star beads and other benefits. The flatbread gave Jiang Shao a shock. I'm still a child, Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that it was no different from a civil servant. An iron rice bowl? Jiang Shao thanked him profusely and told him that he would definitely consider it after he graduated. What was there to consider? If Jiang Shao were to be held back by the Victor's Legion, Second Last would definitely fly into a rage. After an hour of meeting, the two of them exchanged places. When they brushed past each other in the living room, Jiang Shao could clearly sense the sullen expression on Han Jiangxue's face. Was it because of Qin Wanchuan? This guy. Why did he chase me here? Today, I'd like to meet this sea of people. As soon as Jiang Shao entered the room, he saw Qin Wanchuan's bright eyes. He had a clean buzz cut and a clean face. Although his appearance was ordinary, the way he stood in front of the bookshelf with his head held high and chest puffed out, his imposing appearance really made people secretly praise him. This attitude, this temperament, this was the standard height of 188 meters. You should go abroad for a military parade. You should carry the flag for your country. You're here, Xiaopi. Qin Wanchuan gestured to the chair in front of the desk and said, "Sit." "Ah, nice to meet you, Brother Qin." Jiang Shao knew the seriousness of this meeting, so he quickly sat down on the chair without any cheeky smiles. Behind the desk sat a man in his mid-40s. His hair was parted, and he had a stern expression on his face. He was looking at Jiang Shao with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly difficult to get along with. Qin Wangchuan introduced, Commanding Officer Mu Yun. Jiang Shao thought that he was still an apprentice for the time being and was not qualified to be a soldier. Hence, he decided not to follow their procedures and salute. If he were to be criticized again, he would be in deep trouble. Logically speaking, although Jiang Shao had stood in many military postures, he had never learned how to salute properly. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Hello, Commanding Officer." Commanding Officer Mu Yun nodded and went straight to the point. "Tell me about what happened at that time. Start from the second time you entered Judge Yen. Try to be as detailed as possible." Jiang Shao was extremely familiar with the process and hence, he spoke without hesitation. After all, he had already reported this to so many people countless times. After a detailed explanation, Jiang Shao answered a few questions raised by the commanding officer. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. While Commanding Officer Mu Yun sipped her tea, Qin Wangchuan finally appeared. He chuckled and said, "Do you know why I was transferred from the Northern Wasteland Reclaimers to the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers?" Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He was rather familiar with this routine. Second last had also been transferred from the Northern Guardian of the Night to the Northwestern Guardian of the Night due to certain reasons. Qin Wangchuan looked at Jiang Shao quietly with his bright eyes and said, "We're very interested in you. Wangchuan, I'm not your autumn water. Even if you get my body, you won't be able to get my heart." Qin Wangchuan smiled and said, "I can now give you a clear answer to the question you asked in the principal's office of the high school previously. Whether it will work at home as an apprentice for 2 jobs remains to be seen, but it will definitely work in the capital." Jiang Shao blinked in bewilderment and thought, what does he mean? Does the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers think so highly of me? Judging from what Qin Wangchuan said, I reckon that the higher-ups of the Wasteland Reclaimers must have rejected the idea of me working as an apprentice for 2 jobs at home. However, the big shots of the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers actually agreed to it? What's going on? Qin Wangchuan continued, "The Capital Wasteland Reclaimers and the Capital Star Warriors University have always had a very close cooperative relationship. The incident with the Yen Tribunal a few days ago had a huge impact on the entire nation. The Capital Star Warriors University is a treasure trove of talents for the nation, so we should pay more attention to it." Jiang Shao remained silent and continued to listen quietly. Qin Wangchuan continued, "As a special team, the Wasteland Reclaimers deal with a single project. The Victor's Legion has always been on duty around the Capital Star Warriors University. Hence, when there's a dangerous situation here, they can rush over immediately. However, the Wasteland Reclaimers are a little slower. The higher-ups have always attached great importance to this place. If it were the previous dozen or so small battles, it wouldn't matter if the Black Rock Mountain or the Fire Source Mountain Range were activated. Instead, it could train the students' ability to deal with crises. However, the appearance of the Yen Tribunal, which was beyond the scope of the teachers and students, changed everything. If the Wasteland Reclaimers could destroy the holy ground immediately, there wouldn't have been so many casualties." Jiang Shao nodded. Qin Wangchuan was right. Due to the professionalism and uniqueness of the Wasteland Reclaimers, their combat power was a few levels higher than that of ordinary armies. If the Wasteland Reclaimers could arrive at the scene earlier on September 23rd, the situation would be much better. In the entire country, only the Guardians of the Night could be as famous as the Wasteland Reclaimers. One of the 2 teams was conquering while the other was defending. In terms of combat power alone, the Wasteland Reclaimers might be better than the Guardians of the Night. After all, there were specializations in every industry. Qin Wangchuan continued, "The Wasteland Reclaimers are going to set up a sentry post in the Capital Star Warriors University. From now on, there will be a few wasteland reclaimers who will take turns to be on duty here. At the same time, the team hopes that the wasteland reclaimers who are on duty here can nurture a few wasteland reclaimer apprentices so that they can work together with the school to nurture outstanding wasteland reclaimers. Instead of waiting for you to graduate and volunteer to join the army, we can also expand the channels for us to recruit talent. This is an experiment. The first batch of 3 wasteland reclaimer apprentices will be recruited. They will enjoy the education of both the school and the wasteland reclaimers. If there are no major accidents, they will become official wasteland reclaimers after graduation. If the results are good, it will be promoted to all the colleges and universities in the country. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought to himself, that sounds nice, but they're blatantly trying to snatch me away. Qin Wanchuan had also mentioned just now that the channel for the wasteland reclaimers to recruit talents was to recruit the most outstanding students from the military academy. Those students went to the military academy and signed a contract before entering the school. They would be joining the army in the future. However, it was different for other universities in society. The Capital Star Warriors University was a typical example. After graduation, there would be a certain proportion of students who would volunteer to join the army. However, one had to be clear that there were many different types of soldiers in China. Not everyone would have the ability, willingness, or even the means to join the wasteland reclaimers if they were willing. Great, a fairy has descended from the heavens. Didn't you say that you couldn't find a way? I'll set up a recruitment site at the entrance of your school. I'll start recruiting people from the moment I enrolled in year 1. I'll trick the students with the most potential into joining the wasteland reclaimers after grooming them for 4 years. Although recruiting from the military academy and selecting the king of soldiers from the various troops would ensure the combat effectiveness of the wasteland reclaimers, the recruitment channel was indeed a little too simple. Besides, the other teams were suffering too. You'll be able to take away the good ones that you've groomed and take away the good ones that you've groomed. Who can stand that? Jiang Xiao never expected that the 923 incident that he had personally experienced would actually cause a military policy reform. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt like he was witnessing history. Qin Wanchuan looked at Jiang Xiao and extended an invitation solemnly. If you want, you can become the first batch of wasteland reclaimers in the country. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth and only wanted to ask, since I'm the first batch, I don't have to go through the lottery, right? With a solemn expression, Qin Wanchuan said, this is a new experiment that needs to be explored by teachers and students. If your parents know that you've made such a contribution to the wasteland reclaimers, they will definitely be very pleased. Wow, you bastard! Don't try that on me! Jiang Xiao was displeased and said, my vacation has already been booked by the Guardians of the Night and the light-chasing team. My time is limited and I might not be a full-time wasteland reclaimer after graduation. Have you considered that? Ahem. Officer Mu Yun, who was sitting behind the desk, did not cough on purpose. He had really choked on his tea when he heard Jiang Zhao's words. Qin Wanchuan said, your parents are also members of society and not full-time wasteland reclaimers. These are not important. What's important is your future choice. Jiang Xiao asked, huh? Qin Wanchuan said, the reason it's called a future choice is that you have to make a decision in 3 or 4 years. By then, you can clearly compare the difference between Guardians of the Night and wasteland reclaimers. By then, you can go wherever you want and stay wherever you want. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Qin Wanchuan said confidently, we'll make a decision 4 years later based on our own abilities. Are you very confident? Are you trying to play teammate bonding with me? Do you think you can tie me down in 4 years? Wang Chuan naive. Inexperienced. Do you think I, Jiang Xiao, can be tied down? I'm someone who wants to conquer the universe. Jiang Xiao was just puzzled and wondered, why does this guy think so highly of me? Why did he compromise? What's so good about me? Or could it be that this is no longer my personal problem but a small competition between the wasteland reclaimers and the guardians of the night? Looking at Jiang Zhao's bewildered expression, Qin Wangchuan sighed. In fact, Jiang Zhao was thinking too much. The reason why they valued Jiang Zhao so much. It was because Han Jiangxue did not agree and merely said that she would consider it. Hence, if Jiang Zhao joined the team, the chances of Han Jiangxue joining the team would be greatly increased. Chapter 435. I'll take a break for a few days and not update. I'll try my best to write as many words as I can. I hope everyone has a good time watching. There's another show at 8 p.m. The Wasteland Reclaimers and Victor's Legion left. Among them, Qin Wangchuan secretly left his contact information for the siblings. Qin Wangchuan repeatedly reminded them not to have any psychological burden, whether they chose to join the Wasteland Reclaimers or not. He also made it clear that since he had been transferred to the Wasteland Reclaimers in the capital, the siblings could call him no matter what difficulties they encountered in their studies and lives in the future. Once again, Jiang Zhao received protection from his parents whom he had never met. Before this, Qin Wangchuan had made it very clear that when he joined the Wasteland Reclaimers, he had been taken care of by the Han couple many times. Now that the Han couple was gone, Qin Wangchuan wanted to do his best to help the Han family. The soldiers from both sides had left, and Teacher Fang, she hurriedly prepared the meal, touched up her makeup, and left with her bag. Seeing how hurried she was, Jiang Zhao guessed that she might have gone on a blind date again. Of course, that was her personal matter, and had nothing to do with Jiang Zhao and the rest. More importantly, in order to help the siblings, the teacher not only changed the meeting place of the soldiers to her home, but also stayed with them until the end of the meeting. Not only that, but she also left the house after cooking. She would probably be very late for the date. Teacher Fang's culinary skills were very good. He stir-fried cauliflower, stir-fried mushroom slices, and mixed cold dishes for the three little guys. He even specially made a dish of di san xian for the three little guys in order to cater to their taste. The rice had not been cooked and the 4 dishes had just been placed on the table when she rushed out. That made the trio feel even more guilty. Even Han Jiangxue told Jiang Zhao that if Teacher Fang's date was ruined because he was late, Jiang Zhao could try to be a matchmaker and contact Hai Tianqing. At this time, the 3 little fellows were sitting in the kitchen, waiting for the rice in the rice cooker to cook while praying for Teacher Fang to go on a blind date. With the blessing of the Beijiang poisonous milk, was there a need to ask if Teacher Fang would succeed this time? Anyway, Jiang Zhao didn't have much hope at all. He simply asked Xia Yan for her mobile phone and began to contact Hai Tianqing. Xia Yan sat at the dining table and stared at the rice cooker that was emitting white steam. She rested her chin on one hand and asked, "Are you two all right? They asked you about Judge Yen?" Han Jiangxue had been in a daze all this while. After hearing his words, she snapped back to her senses and thought about it before saying, "Both parties have extended an olive branch to me, hoping that I can join their team." Xia Yan blinked and asked, "Huh? But you're still a student. You still have to attend classes and participate in the World Cup qualifiers. Where would you find the time to go on duty with them?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "The Victor's Legion hopes that I'll consider joining their team after I graduate, but the Wasteland Reclaimers, well, they're more sincere." Xia Yan asked, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue sighed and said, "The Wasteland Reclaimers have to set up sentry posts in the school to deal with incidents similar to the 923 incident. On the other hand, these on-duty soldiers are required to take apprentices with them. So, the Wasteland Reclaimers want me to be their apprentice." Xia Yan exclaimed, "Wow! What a good plan!" Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao, who was sending a WeChat message, and asked, "Jiang Zhao, did you receive the invitation too?" Xia Yan muttered in displeasure, "Jiang Zhao? They even skipped the job? That's enough." "Yeah," Jiang Zhao answered casually. Han Jiangshu asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what you think." Han Jiangshu said, "Okay." Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at Han Jiangshu before asking, "Do you want to join the army? Or rather, what's your life plan? What field do you want to get involved in after graduation? Join the army? Teach? Or do you want to continue to develop in your studies? Or do you want more freedom and not work?" With Han Jiangshu's current abilities, it would be more than enough for her to support herself even if she didn't work. Just selling star beads and going to any dimensional space would be enough for her to live an affluent life. Of course, since she was so powerful and had so much potential, it would be difficult for her to live an unrestrained and carefree life. To their surprise, Han Jiangshu, who had a clear goal, actually hesitated this time. "I don't know." Her words did not fit Han Jiangshu's character at all. Both Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were stunned. Han Jiangshu was a little hesitant and revealed her inner thoughts. "Our profession is special, and the unique training method makes us people with strong goals. During high school, I had short-term goals such as the Provincial League, the Second Reclamation, and the National League. They made my life very fulfilling, and I'm very clear about what I want." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay." Han Jiangshu continued, "After that, it's the college entrance examination, which has been my goal throughout my high school career. I hope that Mom and Dad can see my hard work and success. With your help, I also won the national championship and finally got into the Capital Star Warriors University." Xia Yan finally turned her gaze away from the rice cooker and looked at Han Jiangshu, who had a solemn expression on her face. Han Jiangshu sighed and said, "I've always been fighting for the first place and wanted to get better results. I also fantasized about getting into the best university in the country, hoping to make Mom and Dad happy. I did it, we did it, but what happens after that?" For the first time, Jiang Shao saw confusion on Han Jiangshu's face. "Yeah, what happens after that? Am I being pushed by time?" For example, Han Jiangshu's participation in the World Cup was a typical example of being pushed by external forces. In her life goal, she had never thought of participating in the World Cup. It was Principal Yang's encouragement and Song Chuanxi's request that allowed Han Jiangshu to find a new direction to work towards. Han Jiangshu said, "I'm not as far-sighted as you guys think. The Capital Star Warriors University has always been my ultimate goal, and I've already achieved it. I haven't thought about where I should go after graduation." Jiang Shao comforted her softly. "Don't worry, give yourself some time. You have 4 years to think about your future path. The university period is supposed to make you more mature and independent. When you're in your 3rd or 4th year, maybe you'll know what you want to do. So what if you don't know? Why do you have to force yourself?" Han Jiangshu suddenly interrupted Jiang Shao and said, "Maybe, deep down, I want to be a wasteland reclaimer and walk the path that they've walked before." Jiang Shao stopped abruptly. Han Jiangshu's gaze was still filled with confusion. She looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Maybe I should seize this rare opportunity. The wasteland reclaimers can satisfy our requirements for star beads and also train our comprehensive qualities." Han Jiangshu pursed her lips and said softly, "When Qin Wangchuan said that, I realized that I didn't find a new goal. Instead, it seems to be what I've been longing for." Xia Yan asked curiously, "Follow in uncle and auntie's footsteps? A son inheriting his father's business?" Han Jiangshu forced a smile and said, "Or maybe, I just want to go to the Dragon Cave to take a look." "Huh?" Xia Yan said anxiously. "I've asked Xia Shanhai about that place countless times. It's extremely dangerous, and even the wasteland reclaimers and guardians of the night can't enter and exit as they please. If you want to go in, strength is no longer your biggest requirement. You have to get approval from someone of a relatively high level. Those people are not in the same world as us, and we might not be able to come into contact with them in this lifetime. Beep beep beep, the rice was already cooked. Jiang Shao stood up and walked towards the rice cooker. While scooping the rice, he said, "Do you still remember how you encouraged me back then?" Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "When I just realized my mistake and turned over a new leaf, you didn't tell me to make your parents proud. You only told me, you have to work hard to become stronger. One day, you'll go to the dragon cave to take a look and give them an explanation." Han Jiangxue said, "Okay." Jiang Shao walked back with a few bowls of rice and said, "I don't want to turn you into a bad person. When you said that, you definitely didn't mean to impose any requirements on me. I didn't show all my potential at that time, and you just thought that I was a small fry with 9-star slots. So, you knew that all of this would never happen. You just wanted to encourage me to continue walking on the right path and maintain a desire to improve. But," Jiang Shao changed the topic and said, "this also proves that you have high expectations for yourself. That's your ultimate goal. Don't be confused anymore." Jiang Shao handed a bowl of rice to Han Jiangxue and said, "KX110-0001, this number is mine." Han Jiangxue looked up at Jiang Shao, who was smiling and understood what he meant. It was not just a simple number. It should be the identity number of the first batch of wasteland reclaimers in the experimental sites across the country. It meant that Jiang Shao wanted to join the wasteland reclaimers with her, and it also meant that Jiang Shao supported her decision. In fact, he had already made his choice in advance when she was still confused and before she made her decision. Han Jiangxue felt conflicted and she asked softly, "Have you already chosen to join?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "No, I just told Qin Wanchuan to keep the number for me. I'll go back and see what little Jiangshue's choice is. If I join, number 1 has to be me." Do you know what he did? He almost got a pen and paper to write the number on and hang it around his neck. Han Jiangxue was extremely touched. Jiang Shao smiled and patted Han Jiangshue's head. "Let's work hard together. Let's go and take a look at the places that Mom and Dad have been to." Xia Yan suddenly asked, "Who's number 0? Jiang Shao suddenly froze in shock, and the heartwarming scene was immediately broken. "What the heck? I got the wrong number? Yeah, where's number 0? Xia Yan grabbed a bowl of rice from the table and said, "Number 0 is mine, then." Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen and he thought, "I was too careless. No, the wasteland reclaimers are not allowed to have number 0. Even if there is, I have to make it disappear." "Xia Yan? Hee, go in number 2. I've decided on you." Jiang Shao glared at Xia Yan fiercely while she glared back at him. She then took another mouthful of rice. She was clearly chewing on rice, but it was as if she was chewing on Jiang Zhao's flesh. Han Jiangxue was touched, but she didn't know what to say. "You too, you don't have to." All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's star map lit up. All of a sudden, it was dazzling. Jiang Shao looked at the two of them who were dumbfounded and said, "Don't think about it. There's a strict selection ceremony for the wasteland reclaimers. Although we've already decided on it, we still have to go through the process. I'll try not to light up the star map, but if we have to be prepared in advance." Xia Yan picked up a piece of mushroom and placed it in her mouth. She asked in a muffled voice, "What are you hiding? What can you hide?" Jiang Shao said, "Decoy, resentment, earthly light, star concealment, vice and disaster shadow." Jiang Shao turned the first star slot into a silver color and said, "Blessing." The second star slot turned into a golden color. Green glow. The third star slot turned golden. Endurance. Jiang Shao specially explained, "Hai Tianqing knows that my green glow is gold. I've also told him that this golden white ghoul star bead was obtained by my parents from the upper dimension." Han Jiangxue was speechless. The fourth star slot was silver. Bell imprint. The fifth star slot was silver. Nostalgia, dawn. The 6th star slot was silver. Counter-current, light. The 7th star slot was gold. Sound of silence. The 8th star slot was platinum. Spacetime gap. Xia Yan asked, "Are you going to use 2-star techniques in 1-star slot?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Little Jiangshue's star map is White Flames, which is compatible with Rules Awakened. Your star map is a double-handed heavy sword, which is compatible with Combat Awakened. My star map is a Strange Spoon, which is compatible with Auxiliary Awakened." Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "You've absorbed so many good things in 9-star slots. You even have 2-star techniques in 1-star slot." However, Jiang Shao answered, "The lowest qualification in the world is 15-star slots, and I only have 9. God took away my star slots, but gave me a special star map that makes me especially compatible with auxiliary star technique. It also allows me to have a better understanding of auxiliary star techniques and allow me to use them with greater ease. As long as I don't expose the 2 core issues, I can upgrade my star slot and absorb star techniques from humans. Everything else doesn't matter. Besides, my star slots are almost full, and I've reached the upper limit. That's the truth." Han Jiangxue said, "Make it quick then. Green glow and endurance are together too. After all, you'll have to absorb other star techniques in the future, and you'll have to find a place to use them." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Wow, that's impressive. Is little Jiangxue that reckless?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "We'll see. Let's see how it goes. Of course, with Qin Wangchuan around and we're specially recruited, I might not have to light it up for the time being. That's just a precaution. After all, I've already made up my mind to participate in the World Cup. During the World Cup selection, I'll definitely light up my star map. Now that I've sorted everything out, I'll also use this star map for the World Cup selection." Han Jiangxue said, "Okay, I got it." Xia Yan ate the mushrooms and said in a muffled voice, "Okay, okay, okay." Chapter 436. The 3 of them stayed quietly in Teacher Fang's house for 3 days before finally returning to school. Jiang Shao received warm applause and cheers from the entire school during his first class. Well, of course, the entire school referred to the auxiliary school. Hence, there were only about 30 people. Han Jiangshue's class schedule was different from Jiang Zhao's, but he believed that she should have been warmly welcomed too. Jiang Shao and the others once again plunged into the arduous schoolwork of Year 1. Compared to the sprinting life in Year 3, it was even worse. Due to the fact that Principal Yang had already informed Zhou Xinghe about what Jiang Shao and the others had experienced, Zhou Xinghe did not skip classes for Jiang Shao in the past few days. Zhou Xinghe even talked to Jiang Shao alone and tried to understand his inner thoughts. He comforted and encouraged him, and also expressed his kindness, hoping that Jiang Shao could go to the office to look for him if he encountered any difficulties and solve the problem together. Jiang Shao felt that the world was full of kindness. Perhaps Zhou Xinghe was also full of praise for Jiang Zhao's heroic behavior. The boring study life was carried out in an orderly manner. Due to the impact of the 923 incident, the Capital Star Warriors University made some adjustments to the learning plans of the Year 1 students during this special period. They did not organize training at night, and the extracurricular practical classes that were originally held on Thursdays and Fridays were temporarily put on hold. Instead, they became cultural classes. The students had their own understanding of such adjustments and did not react too much to it. However, something happened recently that caused a stir in the Capital Star Warriors University. The Wasteland Reclaimers were stationed in the Capital Star Warriors University. The duty station was set up in the administrative building on the west side of the school's central square, where the teachers worked. Due to the fact that the various facilities of the Capital Star Warriors University were very well built, there were also many empty offices in the administrative building. The Wasteland Reclaimers moved directly into the westernmost room on the first floor of the administrative building in Block A. At the same time, a special policy was also publicized on campus. The stationed Wasteland Reclaimers would select 12 Wasteland Reclaimers apprentices in the school, and all students could sign up for it. There was no coercion, and everything was voluntary. The graduation conditions were also very simple. When the Wasteland Reclaimers teacher felt that they could graduate, they could directly become an official Wasteland Reclaimer. At the same time, if you become a Wasteland Reclamation apprentice, the Wasteland Reclamation Army and the school will jointly teach. If there is a conflict between the Wasteland Reclamation Army's teaching and the school's teaching, both parties will negotiate to resolve it. In other words, the Wasteland Reclaimers' apprentices might not need to participate in the practical classes and cultural classes organized by the school. But at the same time, do not think that you can slack off, because the Wasteland Reclaimers' lessons might be riskier and more exhausting. But at the same time, your gains will be greater. Realistically speaking, you'll get more resources. It was worth mentioning that, because the recruitment requirement was for all students in the school, there might be fourth-year students selected. Therefore, even if you graduated from university and your teacher didn't think that you had the qualifications to graduate, you would still have to come to school every day and work together with the other apprentices. Of course, there were also advantages to this. If other apprentices attended the school's classes, they might be given special attention and be taught by the Wasteland Reclamation teacher alone. This new policy caused an uproar among the students, especially those from the combat, law, and auxiliary faculties. They were all combat sects to begin with, and after graduation, most of the students would join the combat forces. Lucky to be part of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Become the disciple of a real Wasteland Reclamation soldier? This was a huge meat pie. Over the years, how many new recruits could the Wasteland Reclaimers recruit from the various local military academies? The recruitment of Wasteland Reclaimers was more about combat power. They would select the king of soldiers from each combat force to ensure that the combat power of the Wasteland Reclaimers would be maintained at a superb standard. Yet, they were actually going to nurture them? Nurture them for an entire period of university? Even if they couldn't graduate and become a true Wasteland Reclaimer, how much would they benefit from the long training period? Facts spoke for themselves. There were far more people signing up than Jiang Shao had imagined. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, Song Chuanxi, who was already in her third year, also rushed to sign up. Minister Song and Han Jiangxue stayed in the same dormitory. Jiang Shao had no idea what the two of them had communicated about, but when Song Chuanxi came to sign up, she mentioned that she wanted to be in the same team as Han Jiangxue. Perhaps joining the Wasteland Reclaimers was Song Chuanxi's goal, but Jiang Shao saw more of an apologetic and guilty look in her eyes when she wanted to be with Han Jiangxue. An official Wasteland Reclaimer was the teacher who would lead the apprentices to participate in practical lessons. Hence, the difficulty was definitely not low. Jiang Shao could roughly guess what she wanted to do. However, there was a problem. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao, who were internal recruits, had already brought along a melee fighter named Xia Yan. Xia Yan had 28 star slots and was extremely talented. She definitely had the ability to become an apprentice, but it all depended on her luck. With Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao's recommendation, Qin Wanchuan's request was equivalent to recruiting Xia Yan. The first team of Wasteland Reclaimers consisted of number 1 Jiang Shao, number 2 Han Jiangxue, number 3 Xia Yan, and number 4. She was supposed to be a shield warrior. That was a standard combat team. Song Chuanxi was straightforward and made it very clear that she didn't want the position of shield warrior. Instead, she wanted to take over Xia Yan's position. Regardless of what the siblings thought, Song Chuanxi believed that she was qualified and necessary to take over Xia Yan's position. In fact, she didn't even care about her relationship with the siblings deteriorating. Song Chuanxi's thoughts were very simple and even a little stubborn. I don't care if you blame me or what the students and teachers think of me. However, as long as you're in danger, I'll always be the one standing in front of you. Those who could enroll in the capital Star Warrior University were all outstanding students with their own personalities. However, Jiang Shao did not expect the gentle elder sister to be so domineering and stubborn this time. However, the criteria for evaluating the Wasteland Reclaimers were not only combat power, but also potential. At this moment, Xia Yan was also in the Galaxy stage. Xia Yan, who was born in 1998, was already in the Galaxy stage, which was a symbol of potential. Even so, wasn't it the same for Song Chuanxi? She also entered the Galaxy stage in her freshman year and had 29 star slots, one more than Xia Yan. As mentioned previously, the difference in qualifications between 15 and 16 star slots might not be that great. However, the difference in qualifications between 30 star slots and 29 star slots was much greater than imagined. If 30 star slots were considered as the maximum qualification, the closer one was to the maximum, the more difficult it would be. However, Qin Wangchuan, that damned guy, actually made a suggestion that was extremely disadvantageous to Xia Yan during the recruitment process. Star Warriors. Trained for victory and born for battle. Snatching the position of a battle warrior? Sure. Snatch it then. Hence, the battle between Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan began in the arena of the capital Star Warriors Academy while the Wasteland Reclaimers and students watched. It was extremely tense and intense. Xia Yan was fighting for her future development. As a melee fighter, she immediately activated her star map, which showed how much importance she attached to the battle. To everyone's surprise, Song Chuanxi also lit up his star map, perhaps out of respect for Xia Yan. Xia Yan had 28 star slots and a double-edged sword. Song Chuanxi had 29 star slots and a double-edged giant sword. Both of them were from the combat school and both of them had star maps that were heavy weapons with both hands. Both of them took the path of attacking boldly, and even some of their star techniques overlapped, compared to the past when Xia Yan was completely abused by Song Chuanxi when she was in the nebula stage. Xia Yan could at least fight with Song Chuanxi when she was in the galaxy stage. The huge improvement in her physical fitness gave Xia Yan a chance to show off. However, even then, Xia Yan was perfectly restrained by Song Chuanxi in all aspects. From the beginning to the end, Xia Yan had been suppressed until she couldn't take it anymore. She finally went berserk. It was Jiang Zhao's first time seeing Xia Yan go berserk. To be exact, it was Xia Yan with body of star power and rage. At the moment when Xia Yan used her rationality to change her physical attributes, the Wasteland Reclaimers immediately stopped the competition. Of course, Song Chuanxi could stop, but Xia Yan had already gone berserk and couldn't stop at all. Jiang Shao had been tensed up the entire time. When the teachers stopped the competition, Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave a blessing. Several Wasteland Reclaimers had already rushed into the arena in a bid to subdue Xia Yan, but to their surprise, the berserk Xia Yan actually fainted from the continuous blessings, the body of star power dissipated and the giant sword was thrown aside. Xia Yan was blasted into a pool of mud and slumped on the arena. Judging from the process of the battle just now, Song Chuanxi was undoubtedly the winner. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Yan didn't lose. Good, very good. I saw your combat power and potential, as well as your determination. Qin Wangchuan clapped his hands continuously. You're so determined and resolute. Very good. That's the quality that the Wasteland Reclaimers want. I want both of them. Ahem. Officer Mu Yun didn't cough on purpose this time. He really choked on his tea. The group of onlookers was dumbfounded too. They thought that one of the competitors would be eliminated, but they didn't expect that there would be no losers in the competition. Both parties were selected as Wasteland Reclaimers. One of the Wasteland Reclaimers asked, Chief Qin, are there going to be 2 fighters in your team? Qin Wangchuan said, they're all apprentices, not a real team. Besides, there are plenty of wasteland reclaimers in our team. The wasteland reclaimers officer said. That being said, the abilities of the wasteland reclaimers are obvious to all. If there's no shield warrior in the team, it won't be conducive to the development of conventional tactics and the safety of the apprentices. Qin Wangchuan waved his hand and said, it's all right. I'm a healer. I can even reattach a missing arm or a broken leg. Song Chuanxi was dumbfounded too. What she wanted was to protect the siblings and not have a shield warrior. Song Chuanxi thought about it and struggled internally for a long time. She raised her right hand high and said, since I can't replace the shield warrior position and teacher Qin admires Xia Yan so much, I'll give up the shield warrior position for Team 1. I'll compete for the shield warrior position for Team 2. Nonsense. Qin Wangchuan slammed his palm on the table. Is my team a place where you can come and go as you please? I've already tolerated you once when we challenged Team 1. How dare you make such a request now? Go and help Xia Yan up. I don't care what the relationship between the 2 of you is like now. Within 3 days, I want to see that the 2 of you are on good terms. Even if you're pretending, you have to put up a good show. Qin Wangchuan had been maintaining a pleasant expression. The sudden stern reprimand made the entire martial arts hall fall silent. Song Chuanxi lowered her head slightly and strode forward. She then carried Xia Yan, who was like a puddle of mud, and quickly left the martial arts hall. Chapter 437. On the 4th day after the siblings returned to school, it was the 2nd day after the selection battle. In his own name, Song Chuanxi invited the 3 of them out for dinner. Of course, both Jiang Shao and Song Chuanxi were in a team of 3. Accompanying her were He Su, the shield warrior, and Wu Yao. It was the same hot pot restaurant, the same people, and yet Jiang Shao felt like it was yesterday when he stepped into the private room in just 1 week. 7 days ago, they were drinking and chatting merrily, thinking about the World Cup and their future. It was so wonderful. 7 days later, they returned to this place, but with different moods and mood. Everyone in this world was growing, but the price they had to pay was different. Jiang Shao was just glad that they were still alive. The beginning of the meal was indeed a little dull. After downing a few bottles of wine, Song Chuanxi finally struck up a conversation with Xia Yan. Xia Yan could be considered an alcoholic. Although she usually restrained herself and didn't drink much, she did like to drink. Song Chuanxi didn't like to drink, but she drank more than anyone else today. She was trying to cater to her preferences. Just as Officer Qin Wangchuan had said, in 3 days, even if you want to pretend, you have to put up a good show. To their delight, Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan didn't pretend at all. Their first glass of wine made the entire private room fall silent. Song Chuanxi stood up alone and raised her glass at Xia Yan. I'm sorry for competing with you for the same position. I want to be in this team. Xia Yan also stood up and downed the wine in her glass. She then said, You're open and aboveboard. If I'm not in a good mood, it's not because of you, but because of myself. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu knew that Xia Yan wasn't someone who would speak like that, but since she had done so, it meant that there was indeed something wrong with her mentality. He Su quickly took over the conversation to avoid the awkward silence. When Jiang Shao returned to school, he had already apologized to Jiang Shao more than once. However, it was completely unnecessary for Jiang Shao because returning to Judge Yen was his choice. As an adult, Jiang Shao would be responsible for his own choices. Besides, He Su did it out of kindness. However, if He Su had really stopped Jiang Shao back then, Jiang Shao would have been really angry. He Su asked, Your future plans are to join the Wasteland Reclaimers? Is this your dream? Yeah, I am, the 2 of them. Han Jiangshu sighed and continued, They're mostly accompanying me. However, Xia Yan was displeased. What do you mean by accompanying you? I want to prove that I can do better than Xia Shanhai. Everyone had a unique experience growing up, and every family had its own difficulties. However, China was a relatively traditional country. To outsiders, Xia Yan had never addressed Xia Shanhai as daddy and had instead been addressing him by his name. Hence, she was easily attacked. Others wouldn't care about what happened between Xia Shanhai and Xia Yan, the father and daughter, nor would they have the time to find out about Xia Yan's growth in the past 10 years. As long as they were accused of something, it would be hard for Xia Yan to make a comeback. Fortunately, Xia Yan didn't really manage Weibo, nor did she have the inclination to become an internet celebrity. Hence, she could avoid being criticized by others. Jiang Shao explained with a smile, Xia Yan's father is also a wasteland reclaimer. He Su nodded thoughtfully and did not pursue the matter further. What about you? Wu Yao asked. He was also the type to gulp down wine and take big bites of meat. He was forthright and carefree. Do you dream of being a wasteland reclaimer too? Half and half, I hope to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Jiang Shao scratched his head and continued, I hope to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Wu Yao laughed and said, I understand what you mean. It seems that you all regard your parents as role models and goals. In that case, you have to work hard, Brother Xiaopi. Jiang Shao asked, What's the matter? Wu Yao said matter-of-factly, It's not easy to be a wasteland reclaimer, and you still want to be the support of the wasteland reclaimers? You should know that it requires a lot of power to do that. Wu Yao used the word considerable to describe the social wasteland reclaimers who were not on duty. Just as Wu Yao said, it was indeed the same for the social wasteland reclaimers. The wasteland reclaimers wouldn't look for them for regular missions because the soldiers on duty would be able to solve them. Only when there were truly dangerous missions would the army order the wasteland reclaimers to be deployed. To a certain extent, it was considered a request for help. Han Jiangxue sighed silently in her heart. That indirectly showed how powerful the Han couple was. Of course, it also showed how dangerous the Dragon Cave was. If Han Jiangxue's ultimate goal was the Dragon Cave, she would still have a long and arduous road ahead of her. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Even if the journey was long, she could still move forward step by step. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to reach the end in this lifetime. Jiang Shao sensed that Han Jiangxue was behaving strangely. He reached under the table and gently held her cold palm. We'll grow up together and move forward together. That's a beautiful thing to begin with. Who cares if it's a long journey or a torrential flood? I'll just walk with the sword in my hand. Han Jiangxue didn't know that Jiang Shao was feeling emotional. There were so many people around and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Jiang Shao hurriedly retracted his hand, picked up his chopsticks, and reached into the hot pot in front of him. Eat meat, eat meat, eat meat. Why is Jiang Zhao's goal to be a social wasteland reclaimer? It was because being a wasteland reclaimer could only be his part-time job, and he could only do his best to help Han Jiangxue achieve her goal. Jiang Zhao's main job would always be the guardian of the night, or rather, he could only be the light chaser under second last. Jiang Shao did not deny the fact that he was selected as a wasteland reclaimer because of his utilitarian nature. There were definitely plenty of practical lessons for the wasteland reclaimers, and he wanted to be by Han Jiangxue's side to escort her. However, that would also be irresponsible to the wasteland reclaimers and Qin Wanchuan. Regardless of whether they thought that Jiang Shao was a gift or not, Qin Wanchuan was clearly determined to groom Jiang Shao based on his personal relationship with the Han couple and his attitude. However, Jiang Shao only joined them as a study partner. Hence, in order not to be a lousy apprentice, Jiang Shao adjusted his goal to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Wu Yao and He Su did not participate in the selection of the wasteland reclaimers because they had a clear plan for the future and did not want to join the wasteland reclaimers. According to Wu Yao, regardless of whether she could be selected for the World Cup or not, she would have to achieve her goal after graduation. She would first walk through the mountains and rivers of China and then travel to every corner of the world. She said that she hoped to return to Damring and her hometown when she was old and look at the stars in the sky. She would then recount the scenery, people, and stories that she had seen in her life. Then, she would die under the starry sky. This surprised everyone. They were all young people in their 20s. Even if they had thought about death, they would have lost their lives in dangerous missions. None of the people at this table had thought about their final moments of old age. Even her teammates, Song Chuanxi and He Su, were dumbfounded. It seemed that Wu Yao had never revealed her goal in front of them. It was the last year of her senior year, and Wu Yao had also found the opportunity to say it. Influenced by the atmosphere, He Su also told them about his goal. After graduation, he wanted to continue his studies in the Capital Star Warriors Graduate School. However, the Capital Star Warriors Graduate School was located in the northern suburbs of the capital. Although it was in the same city, there were a lot of people there. If you didn't deliberately ask to meet him, he would just be another person in your contact list. These were words that should have been said in the second semester of the fourth year, or even when they were parting. However, due to the special occasion and topic, a few upperclassmen and upperclassmen all said it. Wu Yao chatted excitedly about the route that she had already planned, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan finally had a glass of wine alone. Song Chuanxi's cheeks were flushed and she seemed to be a little tipsy. It's rare to see 2 people fighting together, but there are. I hope we can work well together. Xia Yan gently clinked her glass and said, "Okay." Although the meal was not a joyous one, it was at least peaceful and friendly. At the end of the meal, Xia Yan gave Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue each a gift. There were 2 new Fruit 7 Plus mobile phones that had just been released in September. Jiang Shao held the bag in his hand and couldn't help but open the box. It was Friday night. Although Jiang Shao had been back to school for 4 days, he didn't have a mobile phone with him because of the heavy workload and the selection for the wasteland reclamation. He was thinking of buying a mobile phone on Saturday tomorrow. To his surprise, Xia Yan actually delivered one to him. Han Jiangxue tried to reject it at first, but after Xia Yan pulled her aside and whispered to her for a while, she finally accepted her kindness. Xia Yan's exact words were, "Do you know that I crushed 8 white mountain snow feather star beads from Xiaopi?" Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan said softly, "Those star beads can't be exchanged for any amount of money. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. Just let me do something for him." Han Jiangxue said, "Everyone is reciprocated. If you didn't do your best to help him, he wouldn't have treated you like this. Help him find an initiation coach, accompany him to the snowfield, and buy him those star beads." Xia Yan interrupted Han Jiangxue and said, Look at how happy he is using them." Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see Jiang Zhao's bewildered expression. Is he happy? Clearly, Jiang Zhao was still trying to figure it out. Jiang Zhao had always been a loyal user of the Android system and Huawei mobile phones. Of course, it didn't have anything to do with patriotism. In his previous life, Jiang Zhao's first mobile phone was a Huawei mobile phone and he had gotten used to it. Hence, he never changed his mobile phone series again. Now that the Fruit 7 Plus had suddenly appeared, Jiang Zhao had to fiddle with it for a while. While fumbling with the new mobile phone, Jiang Zhao followed the crowd and walked on the path to the south gate of the school again. When Jiang Zhao set foot on the path, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Everyone else was also preoccupied with their own thoughts. None of them spoke and their footsteps slowed down too. Jiang Zhao looked at the dim street lights around him and thought about it for a while before raising his hand to take a photo and post it on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just posted from fruit 7 plus. Apart from life and death, they were all just scratches. Picture. The photo below was of the path to the south gate of the school. At this moment, the path was completely new. The cracks on the ground had disappeared, as if it was a sign of the wounds that had healed. Healing did not mean hiding the truth or turning a blind eye to it. Jiang Shao would always remember everything that happened on this path. By the way, He Su, Jiang Shao said all of a sudden, breaking the silence on the path. What's the matter, Xiaopi? He Su asked with concern, thinking that Jiang Shao was reminiscing about the past. Jiang Shao said, I've made up my mind to participate in the World Cup. You have to show your best side. Otherwise, I'll replace you in the team. He Su was obviously stunned for a moment. However, as a star warrior, he had his own pride too. He smiled and said, Of course, but what if you can't replace me? Jiang Shao said with a firm gaze, Then I'll join another team. If other teams don't want me, I'll form my own team. If they can't form a team, I'll participate in the individual competition. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around, only to see a blurry figure under the dim street lights. They could sense that there was a resolute heart hidden under his childish face. Pa Wu Yao flung the metal lighter away, pressed his fingers against the pulley, and lit his cigarette. He then looked up and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. His eyes were glazed over as he smiled and said, I like this kid. He Su, you have to hang in there. He Su took a step back and looked at Jiang Shao from afar. He then raised his right hand and said, I'll keep you company. Jiang Shao smiled and looked down at his mobile phone before continuing to walk forward. What made Jiang Shao feel slightly touched was that most of the comments under his Weibo post were words of encouragement. People were happy to see that Jiang Shao had the courage to face everything and walk out of the gloom. There were still plenty of friendly people after all. The group of toxic milk powder even lined up in formation. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Chapter 438. Under the starry sky of the night disaster mountain. In the boundless wilderness, Shu, a slim figure sneakily came to the front of a tent and whispered to a huge figure. In the tent, the huge figure was extremely vigilant. Hearing a sound, he suddenly opened his eyes and went from lying on his back to lying on his stomach. He saw a small opening in the tent, and a figure was smiling at him from outside the tent. Fei Shui knew who she was. She was from the same batch of guardians of the night as him. She could be considered his second senior sister, Enai. The two of them also had a senior brother, but he never communicated with them. He was just a mute. No, senior brother wasn't a mute because Fei Shui had heard a brief conversation between him and Officer Second Last. Hence, Fei Shui couldn't help but speculate that senior brother might be autistic. Fei Shui, let's go look at the stars, Enai said cheerfully outside the tent. Fei Shui didn't like that nickname because his surname was pronounced thrice. However, this lively senior sister kept calling him Fei Shui. Fei Shui wasn't fat, but he was just a little too huge for others. He was 206 centimeters tall and weighed more than 150 kilograms. When a 2-meter-tall giant weighed more than 300 kilograms, but still didn't make people think he was fat, you could imagine his muscles and bones of steel. Here. Enai stretched her right hand out and held a piece of candy that was emitting a light blue glow between her thumb and index finger. Clearly, it wasn't a real candy but a candy made of star power. Only then did Fei Shui crawl to his feet. Muttering to himself, he grabbed the candy and stuffed it into his mouth before climbing out of the tent. The night disaster mountain's dimensional space wasn't cold, but it was dark all year round. The night wind blew through Enai's shoulder-length hair. She wrapped her clothes around her body and looked up at the bright starry sky. At the same time, a huge figure crawled out of the tent. Even though Enai was more than 8 meters tall, she looked like a child beside him. The difference in height was not the main thing, but the difference in body size was the most terrifying. Fei Shui crawled out and said softly, "We'll be scolded by Master." Enai opened her palm to reveal a light blue candy. She handed it to Fei Shui and asked, "Did Master scold you?" Fei Shui lowered his head and sucked the candy from her hand. He smiled foolishly and said, "I didn't. I've never heard Master curse before, but when he glanced at me with such a fierce gaze, I lost half my life." Enai really wanted to express her disdain towards Fei Shui, but she seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but shiver. She tossed him a blockhead and strode forward. Fei Shui scratched his short hair and strode forward. He knew that the destination of this trip was the cliff not far ahead. Not only could she see a sky full of stars there, but she could also see a boundless wilderness. The night wind messed up Enai's hair. She reached out and tucked her scattered bangs behind her ears. As she walked forward, her eyes that were looking up at the starry sky also fell on the wilderness below. To be more precise, it was the pitch-black figure in the wilderness below. The pitch-black figure stood quietly next to a huge rock. He held a huge blade in his hand and moved it back and forth. The movements of the figure were not big. Every step was very small, and the movements of the body were even smaller. The 2-meter-long broadsword in his hand was like a dagger, attacking and defending the boulder in front of him from different angles and in different postures. Even though the huge rock was lifeless, judging from the figure's movements, the rock seemed to be a martialist sparring with him. Fei Shui stood high up on the cliff and looked down at the pitch-black darkness. He couldn't help but ask in a daze, "Did you see him again?" Even though the stars in the sky were dazzling, Fei Shui couldn't see anything in the distance. All he could see was pitch-black darkness. "Yeah." Enai grunted softly as she locked her gaze on the silent, tiny figure in the distance. Suddenly she asked, "It's been 35 days. Have you heard little Nine speak?" Fei Shui said with uncertainty, "I think I heard him say a few words to Master in the tent, but I'm not sure if I was hallucinating." "You're so stupid. Seriously, why didn't I stay by the tent back then?" Enai said in displeasure. Fei Shui scratched his head in a daze and said, "Is it because he doesn't speak that he's an official guardian of the night?" Yes, although the three of them were fellow guardians of the night, Fei Shui and Enai were just apprentices, while their senior brother was an official guardian of the night with a code name. To be exact, he was an official light chaser who was even more special than the guardians of the night. Senior brother's code name was Nine-Tailed, which was what Master had been calling him during the mission. Master's code name was Second Last. What did that mean? It meant that senior brother had a place in the Light Chasers and Tail Feather team. Enai had specially asked Second Last about Nine-Tailed, and according to Second Last's master, although senior brother was already Nine-Tailed, he was still considered an apprentice who had the same status as Fei Shui and Enai. Enai had been trying to guess who this guy, who was both an apprentice and an official light chaser, was. Unfortunately, he never spoke and was always dressed in his Guardian of the Night uniform. He had never taken off the black mask on his face. Why was he called Little Nine? Although the mask had never been taken off, it had been smashed once during the battle. To be exact, the lower half of his mask had been smashed, revealing the lower half of his face. When Enai saw the lower half of his face, she knew that the mysterious man was just a child or even a high school student. Second Last's teaching did not have the same rules as traditional teachers. During missions, people would call each other by their code names. Enai was Student 1, Fei Shui was Student 2, and the mysterious man was Nine-Tailed. Since then, Enai had changed the way she addressed Nine-Tailed, Little Nine. Second Last didn't mind because Nine-Tailed never spoke. Everything continued naturally. Enai used to be a fourth-year student at the Northwest Star Warrior University, and Fei Shui was 1 year younger than her. The two of them were currently suspended from school and had been recommended, by the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest, to be trained by second last. If nothing went wrong, they would become the Guardians of the Night after being recognized by second last. As for whether they could become special light chasers, that would depend on their luck and luck. Hence, for the two star warriors who were determined to become Guardians of the Night, diplomas and qualifications in the secular world wouldn't be too much of a hindrance. Of course, if they were sent back to school because they weren't strong enough, they would still be able to continue their studies. That would be another story. The creatures of other dimensions here aren't strong. How long do you think we have to stay here? Enai slowly sat down and hugged her knees, but her eyes were fixed on the figure in the wilderness below. Fei Shui thought for a while and said, Master said that when we really calm down and stop yearning for the chaotic world and get used to the night and loneliness, we'll enter the next stage. Enai hugged her knees and murmured, Then I might never be qualified. I even want you to accompany me when I come out to look at the stars. Fei Shui suddenly smiled. He slowly sat down beside Enai and gazed at the pitch-black wilderness. Then I'll accompany you, he said. Enai pouted and said, That wasn't your attitude when I called you just now. Fei Shui scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm grumpy when I wake up. Understand? There was no such thing as empathy in this world. You wouldn't feel the same pain if the knife didn't land on your hand. Just like the two of them now. In Enai's eyes, it was a boundless wilderness with a lonely figure in the distance. He tirelessly repeated the simple and boring movements one after another. In Fei Shui's eyes, it was pitch black below. Apart from the galaxy above his head, there was only the person beside him. He didn't know who was more beautiful, the galaxy or her. All he knew was that, on the night watch, the candy was very sweet. Enai's eyes gradually became misty and she said softly, Do I really have to be like him? Become a lonely mute to be a qualified night watcher? Fei Shui gazed into the darkness and said, Perhaps. Enai shook her head repeatedly and said, I hate him. I don't want to be like him. Fei Shui was silent for a while and said, Do you have anyone you care about? Enai shook her head and said, No. That might be the main reason I was selected as a night watcher. What about you? Fei Shui heard this question and looked at Enai's lonely profile. He opened his mouth and finally said, I don't have anyone either. Fei Shui turned his head and looked at the emptiness below him again and said, If you don't, then it doesn't matter. Enai's eyes gradually turned red. But I miss the path in front of my house. I miss the hawkers at the corner of the street. I miss the stray cats loitering in front of the door. The collapse seemed sudden, but Rome wasn't built in a day. 35 days. In this dark world, Enai clearly remembered the time, and even remembered every hour and minute. Fei Shui was silent for a long time and asked softly, Do you want to quit? Her voice became more and more choked up. She covered her face with her hands and shook her head repeatedly. No. I just don't want to become like him. Fei Shui's expression was conflicted. He hesitated for a while and looked at the sobbing girl. Starlight gathered in front of Fei Shui's chest. A few seconds later, a fat creature that looked like an orange cat appeared in his hand. It didn't seem to realize that it had been summoned and was still sleeping soundly. Fei Shui put the orange cat in Enai's arms and said, Don't tell Master. Enai hugged the orange cat, but her mood didn't improve. She was still sobbing. Unknowingly, a huge figure had quietly stood behind them. A hoarse voice rang in their ears. Return to the tent and rest. Now. Fei Shui stood up in a flurry and stammered, Master. Enai stood up too, but she kept her head down and her tears kept dripping onto the orange cat in her arms. She finally woke it up from its slumber. The orange cat creature leaned forward and licked the tear stains on her face. Second Last merely glanced at the two of them and stared at the figure at the bottom of the cliff. At some point in time, he had already carried the giant sword on his back and was staring at the boulder in front of him quietly. At the same time, in the stadium of the Star Warriors Stadium, a figure drenched in sweat and sprinting at full speed was constantly decelerating under the white street lights. He slowly stopped and knelt on the rubber track. He was already drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His eyes were closed and his thoughts were the same. A simple message was transmitted from the internal star map. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Gold quality level 3. Tired? Beside him, another person who was also sprinting slowed down and stopped beside Jiang Shao. He rested his hands on his knees and panted heavily. The fact that he could make a star warrior with a strong physique sweat profusely and breathe heavily was enough to show the intensity of their training. If you want to use blessing, just use it. Don't be stubborn. Gu Shi'an's chest was heaving up and down violently. Under the street lights, he stammered and extended his hand. On the football field, Qin Wangchuan suddenly stepped on the ball and yelled angrily, "Jiang Xiaopi, have you reached your limit? You're not dead yet. You're not dead yet. Stand up if you're not." Jiang Shao grabbed his broad palm and struggled to stand up. Without saying a word, he strode forward again. "Gu Shi'an, aren't you tired? If you don't overtake him by one lap within 3 minutes, you'll be kicked out of Team 3. Qin Wangchuan roared furiously. Hurry up, Jiang Xiaopi. Your goal is to die on this track." In the boundless wilderness under the starry sky on Disaster Night Mountain, the lonely figure stared at the boulder in front of him and attacked again silently. Chapter 439. At noon the next day, Jiang Shao was woken up by a phone call. God knew what he had experienced last night. Qin Wangchuan was the devil. He really waited until Jiang Shao could no longer get up on the track before letting him off. Jiang Shao didn't even dare to use a blessing to relieve himself, for fear that Qin Wangchuan would see that he had come back to life, and continue to train him to death. By the time Jiang Shao and Gu Shi'an returned to the dormitory, it was already 5 in the morning. The dormitory lady downstairs did not have a good expression on her face at first, but when she saw how miserable and tired the two of them were, she guessed that the two of them did not go out to eat, drink, and play, but to train. Therefore, although the lady was grumbling, she did not snitch on the two of them. Tutor Zhou Xinghe was a person who managed the students' studies and lives in all aspects. If the auntie really said that a student reeked of alcohol and returned to the dormitory in the wee hours of the morning, then that student would be in trouble. When Jiang Shao and Gu Shi'an returned to the dormitory, their other 2 roommates, Renshu and Han Xian, had just woken up. Jiang Shao finally remembered that they were going to participate in the practical training class organized by the school today. Gu Shi'an didn't even have the strength to greet him. He climbed onto his bed and fell asleep immediately. Jiang Shao only had 4 words to comment on this. "Ha, stinky man." Jiang Shao was different. Since the 2 brothers had already woken up, he went straight into the bathroom. Han Xian, who was outside the door, waited for a long time. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to knock on the door to urge Jiang Shao to hurry up. Suddenly, he heard a strange guttural sound coming from the bathroom. Han Xian was shocked. His hand that was about to knock on the door froze in midair. He suddenly realized that he could hold it in again. Regarding this, Jiang Shao had a word to say. "Ha, a real man!" While washing his body, Jiang Shao prayed to himself maniacally. The strange, throaty voice from the bathroom lingered in the ears of his 2 roommates for a long time. More than 10 minutes later, Renshu and Han Xian saw Jiang Shao walking out of the bathroom with a radiant glow on his face. The 2 of them hurriedly turned their heads to look elsewhere. Jiang Shao was amused and thought, "I'm not even embarrassed. Why are you 2 embarrassed?" They were all adults, so what was there to talk about? Blessing was a godly skill. True God skill. Jiang Zhao's body, which had been trained to its limit, quickly recovered its strength. The soreness all over his body disappeared, and was replaced by a warm feeling. Of course, although he had recovered physically, he wasn't mentally. Jiang Shao was extremely exhausted. After giving Gu Shi and 2 blessings, Jiang Shao climbed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Gu Shi An's earth-shattering snoring stopped abruptly. He was making a strange sound in his sleep. If he wasn't really tired, he would probably be woken up by the milk. When Jiang Shao opened his eyes, it was already 3 p.m. His other 2 roommates were not around, and they reckoned that they had yet to return from training with the school. In fact, they might not even be back for the next few days. For the freshmen, the cultural lessons in the capital Star Warriors University were more important than the practical lessons. The practical lessons that were hard to come by would probably take at least 3 days. Another characteristic of becoming a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice was reflected. After becoming a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice, Jiang Shao discovered that all the practical lessons in school had been replaced by the Wasteland Reclaimer practical lessons. Most importantly, Jiang Shao initially thought that the Wasteland Reclaimers were trained in their respective teams, but to his surprise, the Galaxy Stage students were taken out for training by the Wasteland Reclaimer teachers. Only the few of them who were in the Nebula Stage were left to stay in school and stay with Qin Wangchuan. Ring, ring, ring. The old-fashioned ringtone of the phone once again woke Jiang Shao, who was in a daze. He hurriedly picked up the fruit phone and glanced at the dead pig on the bed opposite him. Jiang Shao got out of bed, walked out of the dormitory, and picked up the phone. "Teacher, hi. You're here." On the other end of the line, Hai Tianqing's gentle voice could be heard. "The famous Jiang Xiaopi invited me here. How dare I embarrass the national champion?" Jiang Shao was a little surprised and asked, "You're really here? Aren't you going to teach the students anymore?" Hai Tianqing chuckled and said, "I've applied for annual leave. I'm now the champion coach. Principal Yen can't wait to give me 2 more days if I apply for leave." Jiang Shao suddenly fell silent. Hai Tianqing asked, "Xiaopi?" Jiang Shao said, "Hai Tianqing, you've changed. You're eccentric and smug. You're no longer the Hai Tianqing I know." Hai Tianqing was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." Hai Tianqing yelled, "I'll kill you first before I leave." To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, those words were not only coming from the phone, but also from the first floor downstairs. Jiang Shao smiled apologetically and hurriedly ran down. "Hey, don't. Let's talk nicely. I'm just joking with you." As he spoke, Jiang Shao had already run to the first floor and happened to see an interesting scene. The elegant and handsome Hai Tianqing, who was dressed in a sapphire suit and leather shoes, was confronting the dormitory manager at the door. The aura of the dormitory manager was simply too strong. She was the only one who could hold the fort. The middle-aged woman stood at the door of the dormitory building and stared at Hai Tianqing with a vigilant expression. There was even a broom leaning against the door frame beside her. Hai Tianqing did not even dare to go up the stairs. Hence, he could only stand outside the building and call Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was almost amused by the scene. "You're the guardian of the night? You're the light chaser? Hai Tianqing, quit the team." Wait. You really seem to have quit?" This is my brother." The middle-aged woman's aura was too strong. Although Jiang Shao was mocking Hai Tianqing, he still stuttered when he passed by her. It was only then that the middle-aged woman turned around and walked into the building. She brought out a stool, returned to the door, and sat down. Like a landlady, she stared at her tenant and the idler of unknown origins. "Very good, Xiaopi." Hai Tianqing saw that Jiang Shao was in a good state and could not help but pat him on the shoulder with a gratified expression. Jiang Shao thought to himself, "That's because you didn't see me in the wee hours of the morning this morning. Have you seen the dead dog? I look the same as the dead dog." No, I have to adjust my state. Why have I been criticizing myself recently? I'd better take you to see that dead pig in the dormitory. I'm so touched that you came all the way to see me, Teacher Hai. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, Wait for me to change my clothes. Let's go out and talk. I know a cold drink shop. Wait for me, I'll be right out. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao's back and heaved a sigh of relief. Why did he rush all the way from Beijing to the capital? It was because Hai Tianqing was indeed worried about Jiang Shao, especially after the 923 incident. Hai Tianqing and Jiang Shao had spoken on the phone many times and were concerned about Jiang Zhao's psychological and mental state. Although the child behaved well on the phone, Hai Tianqing had been very worried. 5 days ago, Jiang Shao suddenly invited Hai Tianqing to play in the capital during another conversation with him. After thinking about it, Hai Tianqing finally applied for leave from the school and boarded the flight to the capital. At the end of the day, he was still worried. He had been taking care of Jiang Shao for an entire year and watched him climb up the ladder step by step. He really didn't want any accidents to happen to Jiang Shao during his growth. Besides, he missed the 3 kids a little. Hai Tianqing even thought that he could go to the Northern University of National Defense in Liaoyan City to see how Li Wei was doing after visiting the 3 of them. However, the military school was not the Star Warriors University in the capital. It was a completely closed school and it would not be easy to meet them. Half an hour later, in a cafe, Hai Tianqing was very curious about why Jiang Shao had changed his taste. Logically speaking, skewers, hot pot restaurants, and roadside stalls should be Jiang Zhao's favorite. This kid has changed too. He's learned to drink coffee after coming to a big city. However, Hai Tianqing was wrong again. Jiang Shao really didn't drink coffee and instead ordered cup after cup of chocolate sundaes. Hai Tianqing felt a stomachache for him. The 2 of them chatted about the recent situation. Unfortunately, his other 2 students had been taken out for training by the wasteland reclaimers, which made Hai Tianqing feel sorry for them. Hai Tianqing had long known about the important life choices of his students. Hence, he was not surprised that the 3 of them had embarked on the path of wasteland reclaimers. After all, their parents were all wasteland reclaimers. Hai Tianqing was just worried about Jiang Shao. He repeatedly reminded Jiang Shao that no one would be able to stop second last once she flared up. However, Jiang Shao waved his hand and immediately told Hai Tianqing, She's a lynx to outsiders, but she's a big cat to me. As soon as he said that, Hai Tianqing dared not say anything. The 2 of them chatted in the elegant private room for several hours without realizing the passage of time. When it was almost 6 p.m., they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Hai Tianqing initially thought that it was the waiter who had come to see if there was anything they needed in the private room, only to discover that Jiang Shao was in a strange state. He actually went to open the door. Hello, Ms. Fang, Jiang Shao said as he opened the door. Come in. Hai Tianqing couldn't help but push his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and saw a beautiful lady walking in apologetically. Sorry, there was a little traffic jam. Her voice was gentle and her expression was gentle. She was wearing a champagne-colored dress and high heels, looking noble and elegant. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, making her look even more charming. It's not 6 p.m. yet. Why are you apologizing? We just arrived too, Jiang Shao said as he hurriedly invited Miss Fang Xingyun in. Ha ha! Fang Xingyun chuckled and looked at the 7 empty sundaes on the table. Did you just arrive? You drank 7 glasses in a row? Fang Xingyun did not expose Hai Tianqing, instead showing her good upbringing. She nodded at Hai Tianqing in a friendly manner. Jiang Shao blushed and knew that he had been exposed. He leaned out and waved at the waiter who was standing not far away. Please help me keep the glasses and bring me the menu. Jiang Shao turned around and walked back to the private room, only to see that Fang Xingyun was already seated opposite Hai Tianqing. She was gentle, beautiful, and graceful. Fang Xingyun clearly knew what he was there for, but the problem was, Hai Tianqing didn't. Both of them were seated on the sofa. Jiang Xiao took a small stool and sat on the narrow side of the long table. Hai Tianqing looked at the elegant, gentle, and generous woman in front of him. All of a sudden, he connected all the WeChat messages he had with Jiang Xiao over the past month. Oh no! I've been tricked. This kid has been plotting this for a long time. Now, from the looks of it, those inexplicable and strange words were all indirect attacks? Hai Tianqing suddenly recalled that Jiang Xiao had asked him on WeChat 5 days ago, "When are you going to find me a wife? It'd be best if she's strong and can take me flying. I've recently taken a fancy to a platinum star bead. That dimensional space is too dangerous. I can't even bear to let you take me there." At that time, Hai Tianqing chided him jokingly, "Where am I going to find you a wife in Galaxy? If you're so capable, find one for me." That very night, Hai Tianqing received Jiang Zhao's invitation to come to the capital to play. "Hello, sir. Here's your menu," the waiter said in a friendly manner. Jiang Xiao grabbed the menu and asked, "Do you have any snacks in your restaurant that can quickly improve the relationship between a man and a woman?" Hearing this, Fang Xingyun could not help but glare at Jiang Xiao. Meanwhile, Hai Tianqing was still dumbfounded. The waiter had a professional smile on his face and did not respond. Jiang Xiao flipped open the menu and hummed a tune while flipping through it. "What kind of dialogue will I have when I meet someone? How far in the future is the person I'm waiting for?" Fang Xingyun was sizing Hai Tianqing up with an appreciative gaze. When she heard Jiang Zhao's tune, she immediately turned around and blinked her beautiful eyes. Jiang Xiao flipped through another page of the menu and continued to hum, "I hear the wind from the subway and the crowd. I queue up with the number tag of love." Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at the woman with bright eyes. He then winked at her with his left eye. "Teacher, back then, you were the ones who forbade us from dating. Now I, Jiang Xiao, have repaid evil with good on behalf of the students by bringing you two on a blind date. I'm not trying to prove how good I am. I'm just trying to tell you that this is the outcome of not dating at a young age. You're the one who's going to suck my legs. I'm really a little poison who distorts the truth. A matchmaker." Chapter 440. One was from the northernmost province of China, while the other was from Beijing, the capital of China. One was a high school practical teacher, while the other was a teacher at Beijing Star Warrior University. One was at the peak of Galaxy, to be considered, while the other was at the king of Galaxy, to be considered. However, Jiang Xiao did not panic at all because Hai Tianqing had a handsome face and a warm heart. The former could attract people. The latter could capture people. Besides, Hai Tianqing was a former light chaser and the coach of the national champion. He had some glory and strength. Jiang Xiao ate a piece of cake and left right away. How should I put it? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. No. It's the disciple leads the way, but the blind date depends on the individual. Jiang Xiao hailed a cab and returned to Beijing Star Warrior University. He arrived at Beijing Star Warrior University while the driver chatted enthusiastically with him. He also took a photo with him and signed his autograph. Jiang Xiao was a celebrity, a very famous one. Even in Beijing Star Warrior University, some students would still come to take photos with him and show off on various social media platforms. When Jiang Xiao returned to the dormitory, Gu Shi'an was leaning against the window and smoking in the same position. On the study table under his bed, there was a laptop that was still lit up with a search engine on it. Jiang Xiao glanced at what he was searching for and realized that he was looking for Article 234 of China's criminal law, the crime of intentional injury. Sentencing criteria: imprisonment of up to 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance. Those who cause serious injury will be sentenced to more than 3 to 10 years. Jiang Shao almost laughed out loud. Gu Shiren, even when we were in high school, we had to sign documents before we could enroll, not to mention Beijing Star Warrior University. In most cases, the school is exempted from liability. Besides, we're Star Warriors and have our own set of standards. This law is not suitable for people like us. Gu Shiren took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled it out of the window. However, he nodded and said, "Yeah, our punishment is higher than this." Jiang Shao walked over and picked up a bag of fake snakes from the windowsill beside him. "Young man, your thoughts are very dangerous. They're the wasteland reclaimers. Do you want to sue them?" Gu Shiren shook his head and said, "I don't want to sue them. I just want to see what consequences I have to bear if they sue me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. WTF? A real man. A real man. You're still the best. Are you going to fight Qin Wangchuan? Gu Shiren exhaled a mouthful of smoke into the night sky again and turned to look at Jiang Shao. "How is it? Want to give it a try?" Jiang Shao was so shocked that he almost dropped the lighter on the ground. He shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of the 10-year period. I'm afraid of Xie Allah's disciple rules." Gu Shiren pursed his lips. The image of Xie Allah's mushroom hair and bun-like face appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but shiver. He nodded silently and said, "Then let's forget about this matter." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I'll tell Qin Wangchuan tomorrow that Xie Allah saved his life." Gu Shiren. Once upon a time there were 2 criminals who wanted to beat someone up, but they were defeated by the disciples' rules. Reality proved that it was necessary to study the books of sages. Jiang Shao walked back to the dormitory and fiddled with Gu Shiren's computer. He was different from other college students who basically had a laptop, but Jiang Shao only had a mobile phone. Gu Shiren's voice drifted over from afar. "I heard that you want to participate in the World Cup?" Jiang Shao said, "Ah, that's true. Why, do you want to form a team?" Gu Shiren thought about it and said, "My strength is too far from that of the Star Warrior shield bearers." Jiang Shao said, "Huh? That doesn't seem like you. Where's the enthusiasm you had during the Wasteland Reclamation apprentice selection a few days ago?" Gu Shiren humphed and said, "This is called knowing one's limitations. Do you think I'm Bai Yi?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "There's still more than half a year to go. You have to be confident in yourself. It's rare for it to be held at home. The next venue has been confirmed to be Germany. You still have to go to Europe." Gu Shiren extinguished his eyes, turned around and leaned against the window-sill. "Do you think Japan and Korea are at home?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just a few steps away?" Gu Shiren didn't continue on that topic. Instead, he said, "There are only 3 teams in our school that are preparing for the World Cup. Most of the students are as self-aware as I am. Even though they are from the same cohort as Song Chuanxi and Dailuan, they have all withdrawn from the selection. Some teams that don't believe it are rejected by the school. They don't have the same benefits as the teams that are preparing for the World Cup, nor do they have the time to adjust themselves. Hence, they can only follow the rest to carry out school missions. If you want to participate in the competition and join any of the 3 teams, it'll be extremely difficult. Instead, it'll be more reliable to form your own team. However, it won't be easy for you to form your own team either." Jiang Shao nodded. In the past month or so, he had learned about the 3 teams that had been approved by the school to prepare for the World Cup. One was the team led by Dailuan and Mi Yan. One was the team led by Song Chuanxi. The other was the team. Jiang Shao looked a little hesitant. Gu Shiren smirked and said, "Everyone knows about the conflict between Song Chuanxi and Dailuan's teams. Han Jiangxue is in Song Chuanxi's team. If you can't replace Hisu, you can't go to Dailuan's team. There aren't many options left for you. The third team is a team of brothers with 2 assistants. Who can you replace? Don't tell me that you're going to replace the attacker. That kind of team configuration doesn't make sense at all, and no one will accompany you to fool around. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao subconsciously asked if he wanted to form a team together when Gu Shi asked about the World Cup. It was because each of the 3 teams had its own position, and it would be difficult for Jiang Shao to join in. Of course, that was also the reason why Wu Yao introduced Jiang Shao to the other teams when he first met him. The team that Wu Yao introduced was not approved by the school and was still in the Year 4 practical classes. The 4 students were all in Year 4 and they would have to go out for missions. The one in the support position was a girl who was purely supportive, which was very different from Jiang Zhao's style. However, he could give it a try. If we don't form a team well, we won't even be approved by the school. Our school can only submit 3 teams, Gu Shi said, pointing out the crux of the problem. Yes, not everyone could participate in the World Cup selection. Realistically, the country only gave the 3 teams from Capital Star Warriors to participate in the competition. Regardless of whether Jiang Shao wanted to form his own team or join the team introduced by Wu Yao, he would first have to get past the school and then disqualify one of the 3 teams that had been approved by the school. Capital Star Warriors had a lot of slots and was considered the first tier. Just like Shanghai Star Warriors, there were 3 teams participating in the competition. The rest of the schools, such as Star Warriors University and Military Academy, had 1 to 2 teams each. China's territory was vast and there were many schools. It was impossible for the country to sift through all the students one by one. Therefore, they let the schools sift through first and then bring out the best. The country would then select 8 suitable people from these dozens of teams to form 2 teams as the main force to conquer the world. The selection method was indeed to select a single person from the team. Although that was the case, no matter how strong one's individual ability was, they would not be able to make it to the end of the selection. One less battle meant one less chance to recommend themselves. This was a very realistic matter. Moreover, compared to a team, the final 8 people who formed the team might not necessarily be the strongest in their respective professions. After all, this was a team expedition, and the country would definitely choose the students who were part of the team. Students who could mix together and cooperate better. The third team from Capital Star Warriors, the Support Brothers, were more outstanding in this aspect. They were real team students. The 2 of them made up half a team. That makes sense. The 2 brothers had a tacit understanding that others could not match, and their cooperation was almost perfect. There should only be 2 outcomes for the 2 of them to participate in the competition. They would either fail because of their strength or because of the team's composition. Otherwise, the 2 brothers might be selected together. Among the students who were preparing for the World Cup, one of the brothers would not have an advantage over the other assistants. There shouldn't be a situation where one of them would be selected. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao felt a headache coming on. He simply said, "If I can't form a team and can't even pass the first round, I'll participate in the competition." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Gu Shi choked on his cigarette as soon as he lit it. He looked at Jiang Shao in a daze, as if he had heard a fantasy story. Solo? Competition? You? Support? Gu Shi looked at him like he was a fool, which made Jiang Shao extremely displeased. Smack! Jiang Shao slammed his hand on the table and said, "What support? Call me Daddy." Gu Shi was speechless. Jiang Shao turned to look at the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard, searching for the rules of the Capital Star Warriors' individual selection. While reading, Jiang Shao murmured in displeasure, "A bunch of brothers. It's time to let the world feel pain. Feel the strength of a toxic healer. Damn it. How dare they look down on me? Watch me fight in the World Cup single-handedly. I've completed all the 81 styles of the Xia family swordsmanship." Chapter 441. The last time he gave a blessing was when the book had just been published and there were 138 chapters. You used 400,000 words to send a sentence. Now that the book had 22 million words, you had also sent his second blessing. However, it had already been sent out for a few days, but no one seemed to have received it. Post-it. 2. Star Technique. 1. Blessing 2. Bait 3. Green Glow 4. Endurance 5. Bell 6. Imprint 7. Nostalgia 8. Dawn 9. Resentment 10. Countercurrent Light 11. Sound of Silence 12. Spacetime Gap 13. Disaster Shadow Ruins 14. Earth Light 15. Star Concealment 16. Deputy Prime Minister excerpt from a poem by the poet High Z. 2 lines from it. Due to the name of the star technique, there are slight changes. It's a small gift and a token of my appreciation. Best wishes to each and every reader. Thank you to every reader who subscribes to the original edition. Thank you. 9-star Poison Milk bless you. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 442. Jiang Shao sat in front of Gu Shiran's table and searched for a lot of information. Over the years, there had been assistants who participated in the individual competitions, but the number of them was very small and the final rankings of assistants were usually very low. There was a problem. Just like the Star Warriors of the Combat and Rules Awakened, each Star Warrior had a unique star map and a star technique that they were compatible with. Han Jiangshue's White Flame star map was compatible with the Rules Awakened, while Xia Yan's double-handed heavy sword star map was compatible with the Combat Awakened. Xia Yan could also forcefully absorb the Rules Awakened star technique. For example, she had a pure Rules Awakened star technique, Bursting Flames. However, the effect of her star technique was worlds apart from that of Han Jiangxue. Besides, if they were of the same qualifications, Xia Yan would have to waste more star beads than Han Jiangxue to absorb Bursting Flames. Jiang Shao had always been discussing the Rules Awakened and Combat Awakened, but he had never discussed that problem with assistants. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao had an internal star map, the probability of him absorbing any star technique was 100%. However, it was different for other assistants. Those assistants were only compatible with assistants. Be it the Rules Awakened or the Combat Awakened star beads, they would have to put in more effort than the professional players in order to obtain star technique. The most important thing was that the effects of assistants would be greatly reduced. A typical example would be the support of the Capital Star Warriors, Li Yuan, during the National League. The offensive starfall that he threw out was greatly reduced in speed and strength. Even Jiang Shao, who was in the nebula stage, could dodge it, let alone deal a lot of damage. Similarly, the damage caused by Jiang Zhao's green glow and Xia Yan's green glow was different. However, due to the fact that green glow was a brass-quality star technique, its damage was not high in the first place. Hence, the difference did not seem to be huge. Besides, Jiang Zhao's green glow could be upgraded, which was a perfect complement. It even surpassed the warrior green glow users in all aspects. That was also the reason why the assistants were in a miserable state during the World Cup. From the perspective of all the countries in the world, the best result obtained by assistants in the World Cup was 8th place. Moreover, this record dated back to the late 1970s of the last century. At that time, there were very few teams participating in the World Cup, and only 16 countries participated. Then, as time went on, university students from various countries entered the World Cup stage, and the support was no longer seen in the top 8. As the number of participating countries increased, it was hard to find any support players in the top 16 due to the crazy impact of the magical and combat types from the various countries, let alone the top 8. In the past 20 years, only 2 support players had successfully entered the top 16. In 2003, there was an Egyptian student, and in 2007, there was a Senegalese student. Both students came from Africa, and they were both God-level assistants that were praised to the skies by the world. But no matter how godly he was, he would stop at the top 16. The top 32 was where the pitiful support students belonged to. It could be seen that the top 32 was almost the limit of support. I want to emphasize here. Don't think that the ranking of the top 32 was low. In a top-notch competition like the World Cup, your opponents would be the top batch of Star Warriors students from various countries. As a support, being able to make it into the top 32 meant that he was a powerful combat healer. Any random support that entered the top 32 was definitely a player that could single-handedly wipe out an entire team. The support faction had control and endurance. Logically speaking, the results shouldn't be so dismal. The root cause of all this was the problem of output. The support students were too easily restrained, and the output star techniques that were greatly reduced in the hands of the support could not even break through the defense of the combat system. Using a purely supportive star technique to make the enemy lose their ability to fight would be very difficult. Almost all the Star Warriors students who participated in the individual competition had their own complete survival system. Of course, not all of the contestants could do this, but after the Great Waves, the top 32 contestants who stood at the top of the world would definitely be able to do this. What made things worse for the support students was that the Rules Awakened also had control-type star technique. In the faction of the combat series, the Shield Warriors also had their own auxiliary star techniques. The role of support was originally a team profession, and there were very few of them. They would be respected wherever they went and would be coaxed by others. Why did they have to fight alone to seek abuse? Because I'm a masochist. Jiang Shao looked at the African brothers on the news and watched their battle videos. He couldn't help but grimace. They're so damn strong. Yes, I'm vicious. But what the F***ck? These two were the only top 16 support god. How were they support? They're the combat system in the guise of support, aren't they? These two guys are just like Iron Yama and King Kong. Gu Shi and walked over and looked at the video that Jiang Shao was watching with a complicated expression. Looking at the ferocious battles of the support students, Gu Shi and even felt that he was too ashamed to call himself a shield warrior. Oh my god, isn't there anything more normal? Jiang Shao turned off the video and found a support student from the French team that made it to the top 32 in 2009. She was a skinny French chick who was considered normal. She would inflict negative effects on the opponent and continuously buff herself. It was a battle of attrition. After a long while, Jiang Shao said, "Support students are really at a disadvantage in the World Cup's individual competition." Gu Shi nodded in agreement and said, "The individual competition of the World Cup is still the era where the combat system is the king." Under the galaxy, the situation was almost the same everywhere in the world, be it in individual battles or team battles. The Rules Awakened were the kings. However, once they crossed the threshold of galaxy, their physical fitness would be greatly improved, and the combat system would catch up and be on par with the Rules Awakened. Although the physical attributes of the magicians and combat types had a qualitative improvement after crossing the threshold of the Star River, the warriors, who relied more on their physical bodies, benefited much more than the magicians. The so-called being on par with the Rules Awakened meant that they were the kings of their respective field. In the team competition, the Rules Awakened were still the kings and the absolute core of the team due to the issue of tactical status and personnel allocation. In the individual competition, the combat system was still the king due to the aforementioned issues. In the past 10 World Cups, the Shield Warriors were the champions of power battles for 3 times, Melee Warriors were the champions of combat battles for 3 times, Melee Warriors were the champions of assassination battles for 2 times, and Rules Awakened battles for 2 times. The combat system accounted for 8 of them, and the shield warriors were the champions of power battles and melee warriors were the champions of combat battles. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded gently. If the combat system was the most powerful, it would be more in line with Jiang Zhao's path. His swordsmanship, dagger techniques, boxing techniques, and the auxiliary star technique poison could all support him in taking the path of the combat system. Even though Jiang Shao had an internal star map, he was now facing the same problem that all other auxiliary star techniques faced: insufficient output. Jiang Shao did not have a decisive offensive star technique. Turning the tide? Reversing the situation? Jiang Shao could definitely do that. However, he needed to be equipped with a heavy cannon like Han Jiangshue's. Jiang Shao could control the dragon that could fly into the sky and overturn the seas to stay at the foot of the mountain obediently. However, that was already the limit of what Jiang Shao could do. The dragon was indeed coiled up, but it was still a dragon. Jiang Shao couldn't tear it into pieces and kill it. He needed Han Jiangshue's heavy artillery or Xia Yan's butcher knife. Hence, it seemed that he would have to study and ponder over the 8th star slot carefully. However, apart from lacking heavy weapons, Jiang Shao had another weakness. He lacked a purifying star technique. Since he was going to participate in the individual competition, Jiang Shao would not be able to form a complete survival system without purification. Once he was targeted, Jiang Shao would be eliminated in the first round. Jiang Shao had already made up his mind to absorb star pets in his 9th star slot. Star pets were extremely helpful to a star warrior. Putting aside the star techniques that the star pet had, the star power that the star pet shared with the star power was something that Jiang Shao had always dreamed of. He thought about the violent demonic fire master who threw the platinum-quality meteorite flames for more than 10 minutes in the Inferno Court of Fire. Besides, that was when he was interrupted. If he wasn't interrupted, how long could he have thrown the star power for? How rich was the star power of the demonic fire master? Now, Jiang Zhao's star power was almost depleted after he used the spacetime gap and calamity ruins. However, if Jiang Shao had a demonic fire master in his star map, would he be able to appear and disappear unpredictably? The platinum-quality Baishan Shuiyu was obviously an ideal star pet. It had high health, defense, and star power. It also had natural elemental magic resistance and a heavy output cannon, Platinum Ice Roar. That seemed to be the perfect solution to Jiang Zhao's lack of output. However, the problem was that pets were not allowed to be summoned in the World Cup. In other words, they could hide in one star map and continuously provide one with star power, but they couldn't come out to help one defend against the enemy. Jiang Shao sighed softly and realized that it was a good thing to recognize his shortcomings, sort out the problems, and make up for them. 3 points: purification, output, and total star power. With the help of the internal star map, Jiang Shao solved those 3 problems and felt that he was qualified to stand on the stage of the World Cup. In other aspects, Jiang Shao was basically qualified. He had defense and various resistances: endurance, bell, nostalgia, countercurrent light, consumption, nostalgia, countercurrent light, control, blessing, sound of silence, and the ability to cut in and escape temporal rift. Although Jiang Shao did not have many available star slots, he would be able to form his own survival system as long as he chose the right star technique. Jiang Shao was secretly cheering himself on. The more Gu Shiran watched the World Cup, the more self-aware he became. This is simply not a competition that humans should participate in. Gu Shiran looked at the video with a frown. Who doesn't want to win glory for the country? But if I go, I'll be making a fool of myself. When I return, I'll definitely be criticized by my countrymen. Gu Shiran was overthinking. He wouldn't be criticized by his countrymen because he would be eliminated during the qualifiers. At this moment, Jiang Shao had yet to realize that apart from the 3 points that he had concluded that he needed to strengthen, there was also a huge obstacle in front of him: public opinion. In modern society, one should never underestimate the impact of public opinion. Participating in the World Cup and the individual competition was not just about one's personal behavior. It was also a competition at the national level. There were only 8 to 10 people in the national team who could participate in the individual competition, with a maximum of 2 substitutes. Within the entire country, only 8 people could officially participate in the individual competition of the World Cup. If you were in my shoes, would you be willing to occupy a spot for a hopeless auxiliary profession and participate in the individual competition on behalf of your country? At most, you'd be in the top 32? Besides, this was an extremely ideal situation. Given your abilities, do you think you're worthy of being in the top 32? If you want to participate, you have to participate in the shield battle or agility battle. Unless there are extremely outstanding Rules Awakened players, even Rules Awakened shouldn't participate in the individual competition. Chapter 443. Jiang Shao and Gu Shi, and each had their own thoughts on their minds and stayed in the dormitory until 8:30 p.m. before setting off for the Star Warriors Stadium. Qin Wangchuan was a devilish coach who might also be a night owl. His training was carried out at night, and Jiang Shao and the rest could only be dismissed in the wee hours of the morning. Qin Wangchuan made it very clear that the mission he assigned to Jiang Shao and Gu Shi was to make them break through their physical limits again and again. They would only be able to proceed to the next stage of training when they broke through the galaxy stage. Jiang Shao was skeptical about such a training method. If it weren't for the fact that he had the blessing star technique and could repair his body every day, his body would have long collapsed, let alone train. Fortunately, the students of the Capital Star Warriors Stadium had gone on a mission in the past few days. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have to attend cultural classes the next day. The mission that Qin Wangchuan assigned to Jiang Shao and Gu Shi was very simple. Jiang Shao, run until you die. Gu Shi, before Jiang Shao dies, you have to lead Jiang Shao for more than 10 laps. Jiang Zhao's star power had only reached the peak of the nebula stage, but his physical fitness was still in the middle of the nebula stage. As a true peak nebula stage cultivator, Gu Shi's physical fitness was indeed much stronger than Jiang Zhao's. The Wasteland Reclaimers were very focused on the training of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Initially, when the team of apprentices was selected, they were still formed in teams of 4. Now, Jiang Shao and Gu Shi were the only ones left in the entire Capital Star Warriors Stadium. Jiang Shao and Gu Shi were the only ones who were in the nebula stage, which was rather embarrassing. The other 10 Wasteland Reclaimers were all in the Galaxy stage. Now, the 10 of them had formed a new team of 5 and went out for training with the Wasteland Reclaimers. Although the Wasteland Reclaimers were the criteria for being selected as apprentices, potential accounted for most of the selection. However, the reality was that there were only 2 Nebula Stage students among the apprentices, but there were 10 Galaxy Overlords. Perhaps the Wasteland Reclaimers still couldn't get rid of the style of selecting combat power, but logically speaking, star power realm and potential could be equated. Before the training began tonight, Jiang Shao specially asked Qin Wangchuan if there were any star beads in this world that could purify and output star technique. Jiang Shao had his own conclusions about the star beads that could be found on the internet. The key was that Jiang Shao wanted to ask about the star beads that he had never even heard of before. It wasn't that Jiang Shao liked precious star beads, but rather that he needed to carefully compare and find the most ideal star bead that had both functions. Qin Wangchuan gestured for Jiang Shao to get ready, and he could tell that Jiang Shao wanted to improve his abilities. Hence, he said that he would go back to do some research and ask his colleague. While Jiang Shao was moving his joints and warming up, Qin Wangchuan asked. You want to output and purify star beads. The quality of the star beads may be very high, but it's difficult to have both star technique. Can't you separate them to absorb the star techniques that have better effects? Jiang Shao answered helplessly. I have too few star slots, so I can only think of 2 star techniques in 1 star slot. Of course, Qin Wangchuan knew that Jiang Zhao's bell, imprint, nostalgia, and dawn were 2 star techniques in 1 star. The Wasteland Reclaimers chose Jiang Shao after a thorough investigation. Hence, Qin Wangchuan knew all the known information very well. However, Qin Wangchuan was still pessimistic about Jiang Zhao's ideas. Qin Wangchuan shook his head and said, Your 9-star map may be extremely compatible with support-type star techniques, but purification and output are parallel. There's a high chance that you'll only absorb purification. Output star techniques won't favor you. To be honest, purification star beads were rare in the first place, and there were even fewer star beads that could purify an output. Truth be told, Jiang Shao had been in this world for a long time and had traveled extensively. He had come into contact with so many support-type star beads, but how many of them could be purified? Only the White Mountain Fog star bead, the reward for the national champion, had purification functions. The other star beads were either for control, healing, or mana regeneration. Star beasts were also classified. A star beast that possessed a purification star technique would most likely be a support-type star technique. It would be difficult for it to have an output star technique. Even if there was really a combination of both, the support-type star bead would most likely be a high-quality purification star technique. A low-quality output star technique would be useless and would only be better than nothing. How would Qin Wangchuan know that Jiang Shao could improve the quality of his star techniques? Besides, Jiang Shao couldn't possibly tell him. Hence, based on Qin Wangchuan's understanding of Jiang Zhao's current situation, he felt that Jiang Shao wanted to have a certain level of combat power. After all, Jiang Zhao's star techniques were more reasonable and sufficient to support the team and survive. Naturally, Qin Wangchuan's thoughts were adjusted to high-quality output star beads and low-quality purification star beads. After adjusting his thoughts, Qin Wangchuan could only look for star beads that were compatible with shield warriors and power warriors according to Jiang Zhao's request. However, that also made Qin Wangchuan even more pessimistic. After all, Qin Wangchuan felt that there was a high chance that Jiang Shao would absorb a low-quality purification star technique. As for high-quality output star techniques, he would probably fail. Although Qin Wangchuan remained calm on the surface, he was actually struggling deep down. It would be fine if he couldn't find it, but if he did, should he tell Jiang Shao? From Qin Wangchuan's point of view, such behavior was almost equivalent to misleading Jiang Shao. Hence, he should adjust his thoughts and focus on high-quality purification and low-quality output. In that case, Jiang Shao would at least be able to absorb a powerful auxiliary star technique according to the degree of compatibility. Jiang Shao couldn't tell the truth to Qin Wangchuan of the Wasteland Reclaimers, but second last of the Guardians of the Night understood what Jiang Shao meant. Regardless of how low the quality of the star beads and star techniques are, as long as you have both, you'll be included in my screening list. I'm not afraid of low-quality star techniques because I can upgrade them. The important thing is that I have to have all kinds of star techniques. It was also at this time that junior sister Yin and I finally heard Ninetails speak. Yin and I had a pair of eyes that could tear through the darkness and a pair of ears that were sensitive to hearing. While her master, second last, and senior brother, Ninetails, were sparring in the wilderness, Yin and I, who was standing on the cliff, heard Ninetails' calm words. To Yin's surprise and admiration, Ninetails' tone was so calm, as if she wasn't in an intense battle at all. It was more like she was murmuring to herself before falling asleep. She heard that Ninetails wanted to find a star bead that had both purification and output star technique. Second Last hummed indifferently and did not respond again. The two of them were still sparring intensely, and Second Last's spear and Nine-Tails' giant steel sword were constantly rubbing against each other, producing ear-piercing sounds and sparks. Een and I watched the sparring excitedly. In terms of technique alone, she realized that Nine-Tails had the upper hand. However, there was a saying that went, "One strong man can defeat 10 men." In the end, Nine-Tails still lost as Second Last's spear managed to send his giant sword flying. Een and I was amazed by Nine-Tails' reaction. Without any hesitation, she swiped her hand from the side of her leg and leaped forward, revealing her sharp fangs on her dagger. However, Second Last's reaction and strength were far superior to Nine-Tails. She grabbed Nine-Tails' wrist and stopped him from attacking. At the same time, she seized the opportunity and pinned Nine-Tails to the ground while kneeling on one knee. Second Last let go of Nine-Tails' wrist and gently patted the back of his head before standing up slowly. "Take a break. You're tired." On the cliff, Een and I widened her eyes and stared at her master in disbelief. She had never seen such a gentle side to Master before. Of course, Second Last was still expressionless and her voice was still low and hoarse. She was as cold as ever. However, listen to what she said. Even if it was just a simple sentence, it was considered a high-level concern for Second Last. At least, Een and I and Fei Shui, the two apprentices, had never received such treatment before. Nine-Tails got up silently and followed Second Last back to the cliff, where they returned to their own tent. In this sunless mountain, there was no distinction between day and night. The 3 disciples and 1 teacher also worked in shifts, taking turns to rest. When it was Een-Nee's turn to guard the campsite, she waited patiently for an hour before sneaking into Nine-Tails' tent. Een and I hated Nine-Tails. What she hated was his reticence. Een and I didn't want to be like Nine-Tails. Among the 4 of them, she could only chat with Fei Shui. She didn't dare to offend her master, Second Last, but she was willing to try to get close to Nine-Tails. She didn't want to change Nine-Tails as a person, but rather, she wanted to change the way she interacted with him. She didn't want to communicate with Nine-Tails unilaterally on the battlefield. She wanted to communicate with him normally. If she could change the way they interacted with each other, Een and I would be more than happy to do so. Hence, she came and slowly lifted Nine-Tails' tent, only to be greeted by a sharp dagger. Gulp. Een and I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She gently pressed the dagger with one hand and slowly pressed it down. As for the masked young man in front of him, he didn't do anything drastic after seeing who it was. Xiaojiu. Een and I whispered hesitantly. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation with Master, but I know of a rare creature that has the 2-star techniques you need." In Een-Nee's sight, Nine-Tailed slowly sat back down. Behind the mask, the pair of eyes stared at her faintly and still did not respond. Star power gathered in Een-Nee's hand, and a light blue star power candy appeared in her palm. "Here." Een and I walked into the tent and handed the candy to Nine-Tails. But her little Nine still did not move at all. Without a sound, he was like a dead person. The air in the tent seemed to have stagnated, making it hard for them to breathe. Een and I took a deep breath and said, "I'm from Baman Province, in Egret City of Bamanland. There's a special dimensional space near the Brahma Temple that's not open to the public. There's a creature called Tear Spirit that has the star techniques of group purification and group output." Behind the mask, Nine-Tails remained silent for a long time before saying in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." Een and I was surprised and overjoyed. She finally heard Xiaojiu's voice. Then, there was nothing else. Her Xiaojiu just sat there quietly and motionlessly. The pair of eyes behind the mask were staring at her silently. He did not say that he was sending her away, but that was what he meant. Een and I extended her palm again and said, "Here." Nine-Tails looked down at the candy in her palm, obviously hesitant. After more than 10 seconds, He reached out to pick up the candy and said softly, "Thank you." Enani was overjoyed and said, "You're less than 20 years old this year, right?" QB nodded silently. Enani sat in the tent, hugged her knees with both hands, and looked at Ninetails curiously. "Where are you from? I can't tell from your accent. Damn it, this chick. Does she have to force me to say, 'What are you looking at?'" Enani brushed the bangs in front of her forehead and whispered, "I've never seen you use any star techniques, be it during combat or training. Are you doing this on purpose?" "Hey Missy. Don't ask any more. If we continue chatting like this, if I can't help but say something lewd, my image will be ruined." Chapter 444. Little Nine, are you a shield warrior or a melee warrior? Little Nine, why did you come to participate in the training of the Guardians of the Night? Little Nine, do you have a girlfriend? Little Nine. Enani stopped abruptly and her eyes widened slightly. She turned around abruptly to look out of the tent. There was a dark figure standing outside the tent, and she had no idea how long she had been standing there. It was the person that Enani feared the most, Second Last. Due to the fact that Second Last was massive, she only revealed most of her body when she stood at the entrance of the tent. From the inside, she looked just like a headless corpse in the dark. Enani's face immediately turned pale and she frantically tried to escape, only to discover that there was only one exit in the tent which was blocked by the terrifying person. Little Nine. Save me, Enani said in a trembling voice. She was at a complete loss for what to do. Jiang Shao silently handed the dagger to her. Enani was speechless. What does this mean? Does Little Nine want me to kill my way out? Wow, this person is so strong. She's encouraging me to betray my master. The problem is that I can't beat her. Master can crush me with one hand. Get lost, Second Last said in a hoarse voice outside the tent. Enani shivered in fear and crawled out with her head lowered, not daring to utter a single word. A few days ago, she had just said that her master didn't scold others, and yet she got scolded today. Although it was just a simple word, Enani felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. When Enani crawled away from her, she was even a little afraid that her master would kill her. The menacing and violent aura had indeed traumatized Enani. Jiang Shao didn't say anything. He was an apprentice in the first place and hence, he wasn't qualified to guide his master. Perhaps Second Last was displeased with what that girl had done recently. Second Last stood outside the tent for a long time and fixed her gaze on Enani. After seeing that she had gone to her post, she stared at her for a while longer before bending down and entering the tent. Jiang Shao lifted his mask and tossed the light blue candy into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and tasted fresh and fruity. While eating the candy, Jiang Shao looked at Second Last, who was sitting in front of him, and was very sure that the candy was lemon-flavored. "I got a lemon. What about you? Go somewhere further and keep watch until you can't hear us anymore," Second Last said hoarsely. Jiang Shao froze for a moment before realizing that Second Last should be talking to Enani. The other dimensional space of Nocturnal Disaster Mountain was not as terrifying as its name suggested. In fact, most of the creatures here were silver tier, and most of their activities were in the underground caves. Hence, Jiang Shao dared to leave the team and go to the vast wilderness to practice alone. Hence, Second Last dared to let Enani leave the campsite alone. Previously, Enani had told Fei Shui that the creatures here weren't high-level, so they weren't dangerous. She wondered when they would be able to advance to the next level. The reason why Second Last brought them there was mainly to hone their temperament. At the same time, she could also practice with Jiang Shao in peace. "You'll be on holiday in 2 months, Second Last said calmly. Jiang Shao nodded. The first semester of college was about 4 months long, and the examination schedule for the Capital Star Warriors University had already been released. Judging from the dates, Jiang Zhao's first semester of Year 1 would end in less than 2 months. The first half of Year 1 was rather exciting for Jiang Zhao. He was imprisoned at the start of the semester, suffered in the Black Rock Mountain, the World Cup team crisis, the Inferno Tribunal incident, and the Wasteland Reclamation apprentice selection. Up to now, Jiang Zhao especially hoped that his learning and training career could be stable for a while. "I've received news about the Earth Hibiscus star bead that you wanted. I'll give it to you after you're on holiday," Second Last said. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed. "Thank you." Second Last stretched out her hand and pressed it gently on Jiang Zhao's head. She then stared at Jiang Zhao quietly with amazement in her eyes. Second Last's admiration for Jiang Zhao was growing day by day. Every day that he trained diligently, she would admire him even more. Not everyone had this kind of willpower and determination, and not everyone could endure this kind of suffering and pain. Second Last asked, "How are you going to arrange your holiday?" Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "I plan to go to the snowfield and continue to fill star beads. Diamond Green Glow and Diamond Endurance will make me invincible in the World Cup." Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "It will also make you invincible in life." Jiang Zhao was rather pleased to be praised by Second Last, the King of Galaxy. He scratched his head in embarrassment, but he forgot that her hand was still on it. Hence, he removed her hand and played with her fingers, imagining them to be the soft pads of a cat. Jiang Zhao asked, "What about you? Are you still here?" Second Last was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao paused for a moment, for he could clearly sense Second Last's bewilderment and displeasure. Jiang Zhao thought about it and snapped back to his senses. He frantically said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm still following you. I'll go to the snowfield myself. My total star power now is not bad, and I can fill star beads on my own. What I meant was, are we still going to train here?" Second Last said, "I'll take you to the snowfield. I'm worried about you going alone." Jiang Zhao said helplessly, "It's the lowest level snowfield. What's there to worry about?" Second Last's tone gradually became more serious. "I said, I want to take you there." Okay, go, Jiang Zhao said while comforting the ferocious beast in front of him. After a while, Jiang Zhao felt that Second Last had returned to normal. Hence, he asked meekly, "What about your 2 disciples? Disband? Take a break too?" Second Last slowly got up and said, "Stay here. If you can't take it anymore, leave." Second Last bent over and walked out of the tent. She then stood at the door and stretched her body. She then said in a hoarse voice, "Besides, I won't tell them how long we'll be gone for." With a peculiar expression, Jiang Zhao looked at the headless corpse outside the tent and felt a chill run down his spine. This woman is so ruthless. If he told the 2 acolytes that they would return to Night Misery Mountain after 2 months, they would at least have something to look forward to. However, if he didn't tell them, how much suffering would the disciples feel? Who would know that Master would be gone for a day? Would it be a year? Or 10 years? Or even to forget them forever in this sunless night shelter mountain? Would there be any point in persevering like that? Would they be able to achieve anything? Second Last said, "Take it as a test for them. If they're still around when you and I return, we'll enter the next stage and head underground." Jiang Zhao was slightly speechless. He knew what that meant. The holy ground of the Night Disaster Mountain was opened underground, and most of the Guardians of the Night there had always been there. It was even darker, stuffy, and cramped. Do people think that the dark and lonely Night Disaster Mountain is tough enough? When they head underground, they will definitely miss the vast starry sky, the fresh air, and the boundless wilderness. Whether a house had windows or not, the feeling it gave people was as different as heaven and earth. Besides, the difference between a deep mine and a vast world would be even greater. This was what the Guardians of the Night had to endure and endure. Jiang Shao could clearly tell that the disciples trained by second last would first hone their temperament and focus on their mental fortitude and psychological quality. The disciples trained by the wasteland reclaimers would train their bodies, techniques, and tactics. They would learn how to charge and break through enemy lines. Ah! Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. There were still 2 months until the end of year 1 and 2 months until the winter break. Poor Enai and Fei Shui would have to stay there for another 4 months. Besides, they couldn't go out yet. After the holidays, they would have to go deeper into the cave after second last returned. They didn't know how long they would have to stay there before they could be considered real guardians of the night. A few hours later, Jiang Shao was sound asleep when he suddenly heard a soft sound. Shoo! Jiang Shao opened his eyes abruptly and stared dumbfoundedly at a slender figure walking in. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. This chick is really bold. Doesn't she remember the pain after being beaten? How dare she come again? Xiao Jiu, don't sleep. Play with me and I'll give you candy. Xiao Jiu, you're actually a light chaser. You're amazing. Xiao Jiu, are you good looking? Xiao Jiu, at least respond. Do you dislike talking to me that much? If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Yin and I squatted in front of Jiang Shao and looked at him curiously while fiddling with her fingers. She wouldn't leave even if she said she would. Instead, she was waiting for Jiang Shao to speak. On the other hand, Jiang Shao sat cross-legged on the ground and raised his head. He stared at Yin and I silently and remained silent. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the tent was extremely strange. Great. Next, it's a competition of lifespan. Chapter 445. In the next 2 months, both Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao were extremely boring and fulfilling. Jiang Shao always felt that Qin Wanchuan's training method didn't require any guidance at all. He would just have to run all the way until he died. There was no technical content. However, Jiang Shao didn't raise any questions because wasteland reclaimers had another good benefit, and that was nutritious food. Just like losing weight and working out, some people would eat slimming meals, nutritious meals, and all sorts of food to help strengthen their muscles. That was how the wasteland reclaimers treated Jiang Shao. The improvement of one's physical fitness was not only dependent on training, but also required a reasonable combination of food. The lunch and dinner provided by the wasteland reclaimers were specially made by the Star Warrior chef. The ingredients were important, but the food cooked by the Star Warrior chef using his star techniques was even more important. Jiang Shao knew that the so-called Star Warrior chef should be like Chef Tian, who cooked crockpot soup in school. They both had exclusive secret recipes and special star technique. It was undeniable that Jiang Shao was still growing. It was the right thing to do to work hard on food. Under Qin Wanchuan's hellish training and the care of the excellent meals, Jiang Shao could feel that his physical fitness had been improving continuously in the past 2 months, and his physical strength should have entered the late nebula stage. In fact, Jiang Shao was not the happiest about breaking through from the middle of the nebula stage because he deserved it. What made him especially happy was that he had grown taller by 1 centimeter. Although he was only 179 centimeters tall and had yet to break through the 1.8-meter mark, Jiang Shao was already as tall as Han Jiangxue. That was a huge matter for Jiang Shao. From now on, he could finally look at Han Jiangxue without looking up. As for her wearing high heels, well, that was another matter. One day, if Jiang Shao could lower his head and kiss little Jiangxue's cheek, how harmonious would the scene be? The thought of it was thrilling. God, please give me another 3 centimeters and make me taller than Xia Yan. Then, my life would be complete. The training life of a wasteland reclaimer apprentice was extremely boring, and Qin Wanchuan's training was very targeted. He set up a stance to improve Jiang Shao and Gu Shi'an's physical fitness. There wasn't any actual combat training at all. According to Qin Wanchuan, all the theoretical knowledge of wasteland reclaimers, as well as team cooperation and combat skills, were all subjects for the next stage. At this stage, they had to rush to the galaxy. If he couldn't, he would never be able to enter the next stage, let alone become a wasteland reclaimer. Compared to Jiang Shao and Gu Shiren, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's apprenticeship was much more exciting. Since they had passed the hard requirements, they had been learning the battle strategies and routines of the wasteland reclaimers. They also went to various dimensional spaces to train. During the first half of his freshman year, Jiang Shao basically spent his time in cultural classes and exercising. Ever since he became a wasteland reclaimer apprentice, Song Chuanxi's nemesis, Dai Luan, never appeared in front of him again. He didn't know if the vice president had any follow-up actions or if he was plotting something. In short, Jiang Zhao's first semester of Year 1 was coming to an end. A few months of substantial training had benefited Jiang Shao greatly. In the blink of an eye, it was already early January 2017. For Jiang Shao and the others, Christmas and New Year's Day were equivalent to nothing. Even on New Year's Day, Jiang Shao trained like a dead dog and was dragged back to the dormitory by Gu Shi, and although they were wasteland reclaimers and did not have to participate in practical training with the students, they still had to take cultural classes together and take the exam. The school officially stopped classes on January 7th and gave the students about a week to prepare for the exam. From January 13th to January 19th, there would be a week-long exam week. Due to the fact that the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Capital Star Warriors Academy were teaching together, the Star Warriors Academy apprentices who went out for training rushed back after some communication and discussion. Not only did they return, but the Wasteland Reclaimers also gave them a break in order to take care of the exam. From the 7th to the 19th, there would be a total of 2 weeks. The Wasteland Reclaimers did not need to train and merely had to cooperate with the school to prepare for the exam. Due to the fact that the Wasteland Reclaimers training coincided with the time that the school organized the students to go out for training, Jiang Shao had to say goodbye to Han Jiangxue almost every 2 weeks during the semester. Jiang Shao and Gu Shi were the only ones who stayed in school to train and wait for Han Jiangxue to return to class a few days later. Jiang Shao had never thought of living such a life. Every time Han Jiangxue returned, Jiang Shao could feel some changes in her. From the perspective of the semester, little Jiangxue seemed to have become more mature and arrogant than when she first entered the school. Jiang Shao didn't know how many souls had died in her hands, but he could feel her powerful aura. It was an ethereal feeling, but it was extremely obvious on Han Jiangxue. When her gaze turned cold, the surrounding temperature would plummet. On the other hand, Xia Yan did not change much. In the past 2 months, she had been as hot-tempered and valiant as ever. Perhaps it had something to do with her crazy personality. The tough training did not bring about much change in her mentality. Indeed, only the heartless and crazy people could live out their true selves. Although the Wasteland Reclaimers did not miss much of their cultural classes, the constant switching between learning and combat did indeed cause a great impact. Hence, everyone had to make good use of this week's exam preparation time to face the final exam next week. Failing subjects was not allowed. Counselor Zhou Xinghe's warning was still ringing in their ears. At this moment, on the 7th of January, it was snowing heavily in the capital, and the 3 of them gathered again on the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria. They were eating hot casseroles and watching the heavy snow outside the window. Xia Yan muttered, "Xiaopi, hurry up and reach the galaxy stage. Our teacher said that you can only get my sword of desperation when you're in the galaxy stage." Jiang Zhao's face was filled with bewilderment. Xia Yan had never mentioned that before. "What's going on?" Xia Yan put down her chopsticks and supported her face with one hand. She said, My star technique, Blade of Desperation, didn't come in handy many times when I went out for training. Every time I used it, the sword would shatter. Jiang Shao nodded and asked, so? Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, I've been discussing it with the Wasteland Reclaimer teacher for a long time. He strongly suggested that I use the original star technique, Blade of Desperation, to match it with the original star technique. If I use other swords, I might not even be able to use it for a second sprint. The original one is more reliable. Jiang Shao asked, makes sense. So? Xia Yan continued, besides, the Platinum Blade of Desperation also has a special effect. Jiang Shao waved his hand in front of Xia Yan and said, I know all about that. I'm asking you, what does your star technique, Blade of Desperation, have to do with me rising to the galaxy stage? Xia Yan said in displeasure, the creatures in the Cave of Desperation are at least platinum level. He made it clear that he would only consider taking us there after the four of us have gathered and gotten the permission and protection of the head coach, Qin Wanchuan. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, what the heck? Did the teacher communicate with Qin Wanchuan beforehand? Do you think I don't want to go to the galaxy stage? I've been training like a dead dog every day for the past semester, Xia Yan continued. Ordinary people can't go to that place. Only the Wasteland Reclaimers can take me there. Jiang Shao said helplessly, is that something I can force myself to go there? It's not like you haven't rushed to the galaxy stage before. You know how difficult it is. The intensity of my daily training is already the limit. Xia Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand that was placed on the table. She then said with a pitiful expression, poor little Nebula, it's been tough training. Let me make it up to you. Jiang Shao stared at her hand and felt that something was amiss. What's this chick up to? Jiang Shao asked. What do you want to do? Xia Yan said, during the exam preparation week, I'll go out and rent a house. We can prepare for the exam quietly and eat and drink well every day. The school doesn't allow food delivery. Do you know how much delicious food there is in Beijing? We'll order the most expensive and delicious food every day to nourish your body. Jiang Shao was speechless. At the side, Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yan and scooped up a spoonful of cod tofu soup before drinking it quietly. Jiang Shao immediately understood what Xia Yan meant and said, isn't it the same if you follow her to the library every day? You can be together every day too. In principle, Year 1 students were not allowed to stay outside the school. Xia Yan chuckled and said, on one hand, I want to eat at some famous restaurants. On the other hand, I also want Xue to tutor me. I can't talk in the library. Jiang Shao asked, can't you tutor her in the huge dormitory? Doesn't Song Chuanxi go out for training every day? There are so many classrooms in the teaching building. Can't you tutor her? Do you want to live with her? Xia Yan interrupted Jiang Shao and said, she said that she won't take a single student with her. If she wants to start lessons, she has to bring you along. Are you going to the female dormitory every day? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Does little Jiangxue not trust me that much? How do you know that I'm not good at it? How do you judge so accurately? If you want to achieve some results in learning, you either have to be smart or you have to learn hard. Jiang Zhao's brain. Okay, passable. Jiang Zhao's level of learning. Okay, passable. Both of them were passable, but he wouldn't be able to get high marks. After all, he wasn't in year 3 of high school. This was university, and Jiang Shao didn't have to work hard to get high marks. He didn't need a scholarship either. He just had to make sure that he didn't fail any subjects. Besides, Jiang Shao had been focused on the hellish training of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Hence, he didn't have a solid foundation in cultural classes. To be honest, the Capital Star Warriors University wasn't friendly to Year 1 students because the curriculum was too tight and the homework was too heavy. Why don't I learn from Teacher Han? Let her give me special attention? However, as long as Jiang Shao was given a safe and secluded environment, he wouldn't fail any subjects, because the bait could communicate with Jiang Shao telepathically. If Jiang Shao went for the exam himself, the bait could stay at home and flip through books, search on the internet, and search for questions with software. So, there was no way he would fail. On the contrary, Jiang Shao was afraid that he would get full marks in all subjects. What could he do if he didn't want a scholarship and the school insisted on giving it to him? Chapter 446. It was 6 a.m. on the 13th of January. At the foot of Mount I in northwest China. Under the beautiful starry sky, a dark figure walked slowly. When she approached the cliff, there was a figure standing quietly on the cliff with a look of bewilderment on her face. Second last was in the wilderness. Enai was on the cliff. A few minutes later, Enai stood with her back ramrod straight. She watched as her esteemed master used her steel-like claws to carve a hole in the cliff. She easily climbed up the steep cliff and slowly walked towards the campsite. Enai's expression changed. Her eyes were extremely sharp, and she could see everything clearly in the dark. Her ears were just as sharp. However, ever since she discovered her master, she didn't hear a second voice. Why did she have to hear a second voice? Because her master took Xiaojiu out. She didn't say anything while Xiaojiu remained silent as usual. Although Enai used a piece of candy and a piece of precious information in exchange for close contact with Xiaojiu. However, Enai didn't find a chance to talk to the silent Xiaojiu when the two of them were out. Now, her master, second last, returned to the campsite alone. A living person disappeared just like that. What made Enai even more terrified was that second last was carrying Xiaojiu's giant sword on her back. Where is Xiaojiu? Where did he go? The silent Xiaojiu loves his sword to death and never leaves it. I've never seen him throw it away. Staring at second last's expressionless face, Enai couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Could it be second last brushed past Enai? Enai tried to bear with it and hung her head low. At last, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Master. Second last paused in her tracks and glanced at Enai from the corner of her eye. Okay. Enai stuttered and asked, Where's Xiaojiu? Hearing her words, second last's face grew sullen. Clearly, she was reminded of what happened an hour ago. An hour ago, second last and Jiang Shao walked at the foot of the mountain, far away from the campsite where the guardians were stationed. Jiang Shao said, Let's agree to meet in a week, shall we? Second last expressed assent calmly. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, There are exams today and they'll last for an entire week. I'll book a flight ticket for the 8th day and wait for you at home. We'll go to the snowfield together. By the way, what do you think of my suggestion? Can you produce gold-quality star beads? Second last frowned and said, You want to throw the white ghoul witch into your scourge ruins and raise it to raise its rank. Jiang Shao said, Yeah, we always produce silver-quality white ghoul witches before slaughtering them. If we can continue to produce gold-quality white ghoul witches, we'll save a lot of effort. Second last shook her head in uncertainty and said, I don't have such experience. We can only experiment, but I don't think you'll succeed. Maybe the brass-quality white ghouls and white ghoul witches have the physique to upgrade to the silver quality, but the gold quality is equivalent to the galaxy stage for humans. It's a high threshold. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded, mentally prepared for the failure of the plan. However, he still had to give it a try. It wasn't like he would lose anything. Let's do it here. Jiang Shao stopped at the foot of the mountain and continued, Don't you want a goodbye kiss, a hug? Second last stopped in her tracks and looked down at Jiang Shao quietly without responding. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, Okay, go ahead. Second last said in a hoarse voice, Kill yourself. Jiang Shao smirked and asked, Why? Don't you dare to? Second last frowned slightly. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, Luan Hongying, you're scared. You're tearing up at the mention of hurting me. Wow. Sister Wu Yao's words are so versatile. You can use any word you want. Second last's expression suddenly became peculiar and she walked towards Jiang Shao with a peculiar smile on her face. Jiang Shao subconsciously took a step back. Although he knew that he was courting death, everyone knew the logic and it was difficult to overcome fear. The large and dark figure had a menacing gaze in her long and narrow eyes and a peculiar smile on her face. The overwhelming aura made Jiang Zhao's hair stand on end and his hair stand on end. Second last gently removed Jiang Zhao's mask and held the back of his head with one hand. She then lowered her head and stared at him coldly like a beast in the dark. Do you think I won't dare to hurt you? Jiang Shao stuttered and said, If you have what it takes, you can kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Second last cocked her head to the side. Jiang Shao exclaimed, You go your way and I'll go mine. From now on, we'll cut off all ties. Damn it. I'm so manly. Where else in this world can you find a man as strong as me? Second last's face grew sullen, and she grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's head with one hand before smashing it against his head. Second last's head is tough. Really tough. Under the effect of the star technique, a metallic luster appeared on his forehead. Bang! Jiang Zhao's head shattered and blood splattered all over Second Last's face. Second Last simply grabbed the handle of the sword on the back of the corpse and watched as the corpse in front of her slowly fell down. A few seconds later, the corpse suddenly turned into specks of starlight that dissipated with the wind. Second Last squatted down and lit up a raging fire in her hand. She then picked up the dirty guardian's uniform and the mask and burned them all. Above the flames were the specks of starlight that were flying around like fireflies at the foot of Night's disaster. The scene was rather beautiful all of a sudden. Second Last subconsciously wiped her face, but the blood on her face had already turned into specks of starlight that dissipated without a trace. Second Last held onto the giant sword with a sullen expression. Staring at the burning clothes, she humphed coldly and turned around to leave. An hour later. At this moment, Second Last was carrying the giant sword on her back and looking at Yin and I from the corner of her eye. She said in a hoarse voice, He started the next stage of training. After saying that, Second Last walked away. At the same time, in the faraway imperial capital, in the vicinity of imperial capital Xingwu University, in the Fenglin district in the middle of the mountain, there was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. It was the apartment rented by Xia Yan. This chick obviously had a huge agenda. Initially, Jiang Shao thought that she would only rent a place for a month or two so that she could revise and deal with her exams. To his surprise, Xia Yan found a place in the estate and rented it for 3 whole years, becoming neighbors with teacher Fang Xingyun. However, the estate was large and teacher Fang's apartment was located in the best location. Xia Yan's apartment was in the southeast corner of the estate. Jiang Shao opened his eyes abruptly and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He muttered, Others will at most have their legs broken, but I'm having my head broken. Knock, knock, knock. All of a sudden, the sounds of someone knocking on the door made Jiang Shao subconsciously look at it. Han Jiangshua's voice came from outside the door. The examination starts at 7:30. We'd better enter half an hour earlier and get up for dinner. Okay, Jiang Shao answered, turned around, and scurried to the bathroom in the house. Whoosh, while Jiang Shao was brushing his teeth, another Jiang Shao who looked exactly like him and was dressed in pajamas with toothpaste foam all over his mouth suddenly appeared. But then again, why do I have pajamas and toothpaste foam but no toothbrush in my hand? How does this decoy work? How magical! The decoy Jiang Shao wiped the foam on his mouth and stuck his head out of the bathroom. The decoy Jiang Shao and the original Jiang Shao could communicate through their senses. Hence, there was no communication problem. The two of them cooperated well. The original Jiang Shao turned slightly to the side while the decoy Jiang Shao began to rinse his mouth. While brushing his teeth, the decoy Jiang Shao said vaguely, "Look at you. I had to die once in order to summon you out. Can't I just summon you out and replace you? Must you die before I can summon you?" However, both of them were Jiang Shao, so the decoy Jiang Shao said, "The decoy star technique is too lousy. I had to die once. It appeared again. I scolded myself. It's really a good start for the upcoming examination." Under Xia Yan's urging, Jiang Shao hurriedly washed up, changed into a set of clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. In the dining room, Han Jiangxue was serving the dishes that she had cooked while Xia Yan sat in front of the table, staring at Han Jiangxue, who was busy. It was as if she was looking at a female god of cookery. Han Jiangxue placed the stir-fried lettuce on the table and returned to the kitchen counter to get the omelette. When she turned around again, she realized that Xia Yan was still staring at her with glistening eyes. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but glare at Xia Yan. Xia Yan immediately recovered from the shock and yelled, "Jiang Xiaopi! Jiang Xiaopi! Did you sleep like a log in your room? How many times did I call you? Hey!" Jiang Shao sat beside Xia Yan quietly and stared at her. "I'm looking at you. I'm staring at you. I can't take my eyes off you." Xia Yan said awkwardly, "What are you looking at?" "I'm going to sit for the Logic and Essentials of Modern Chinese History exam. If I don't pass, I'm sorry for Teacher Han's supplementary lessons." However, Jiang Shao was amused and he said, "Believe it or not, Brother Xiaopi will definitely score higher than you." Xia Yan pulled out a pair of chopsticks and raised her brows. "You!" Jiang Shao picked up the bowl and took a sip of the 8 treasures porridge before saying, "I'm guaranteed to be admitted to Star Warrior University in Beijing, so I can't showcase my talents. If I were to take the college entrance examination like you did, you wouldn't be the top scorer in the province." Xia Yan said, "Go ahead and brag." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Han Jiangxue sat down and picked up an egg pancake. Watching the two of them bicker, she laughed in her heart. Xia Yan humphed and said, "Don't call yourself Jiang Xiaopi. Change your name to Jiang Xiaopi." Jiang Shao asked, "Why don't you give it a try?" Xia Yan said, "Sure. We'll add up the total score of the exam and see who wins." Jiang Shao asked, "What are the punishments for the loser?" Xia Yan said confidently, "Go ahead." Jiang Shao said, "In the second half of the semester, the loser will have to wash the winner's socks by hand. No washing machine is allowed. You're not allowed to do that. You have to accept your loss." "Deal." Xia Yan's eyes lit up and she hurriedly agreed, for fear that Jiang Shao would go back on his word. And in her mind, she had already imagined the beautiful scene of Jiang Shao squatting downstairs and washing her socks with a basin. The passers-by asked curiously, "God Pai, what are you doing?" God Pai looked up and said with a look of sadness, "Xia Yan is too good at her studies. She's too impressive. I lost. I'm willing to wash her socks for half a semester." Wow! Xia Yan was initially chewing on the omelette, but the more she thought about it, the happier she felt. She couldn't help but exclaim in awe, after which the omelette fell onto the table. Jiang Shao looked at her daydreaming and couldn't help but continue, "Let's add some steaks. Take little Jiangshue's socks and wash them too." "Okay, it's settled then." Xia Yan was full of confidence and high spirits. She picked up the omelette on the table and took a bite. In Jiang Zhao's bedroom, Bait Jiang Shao placed the books for the 2 subjects on the study table and took out the key questions that the teacher had drawn before the exam. He then plugged the charger into the socket and connected it to his Fruit mobile phone. He then opened the search engine and the search software. Chapter 447. Tisk, Tsk, Tisk. In the examination hall of the Capital Star Warriors University, the sounds of people clicking their tongues and sighing could be heard from time to time. Jiang Xiaopi, be quiet. Don't affect the others. A male invigilator walked over. Of course, he knew the famous Jiang Xiaopi. After the National League and the 923 incident, there were very few people in the Capital Star Warriors University who didn't know Jiang Xiaopi. The invigilator walked over, only to see that Jiang Xiaopi's paper was filled with words. Regardless of whether what he wrote was correct or not, at least his attitude was correct. The invigilator paused for a while, and after making sure that there were no problems, he returned to the podium and confirmed that the gray lamp on the podium was still operating normally. The group of children were different from ordinary children. The teachers could strictly check and reject traditional cheating methods, but the children were all Star Warriors who had many ways to cheat. For example, some people with sharp ears and eyes could easily see the answer a few tables away. Even if they didn't see with their eyes, they could still listen with their ears. Some students could tell what options other students had chosen based on the weight and strokes of their pens. Hence, on the one hand, the Capital Star Warriors University used morality to demand students. On the other hand, the invigilators were also capable. The gray lotus lamp on the podium was one of the means to prevent cheating. The gray lotus lamp had a similar effect to the sound of silence. Although it was not as domineering as the sound of silence, it could also greatly disrupt the use of star techniques by Star Warriors. The invigilator was also very observant. Although his star technique was also disrupted, there were 3 teachers and 2 cameras in the front and back of the classroom. The teachers would be able to detect any abnormal movements of the students right away. However, Jiang Xiaopi cheated differently from the other students. He copied himself. The lotus lamp actually couldn't cut off the mental connection between the two of them. As for why Jiang Xiaopi clicked his tongue, because the teachers of the Capital Star Warriors University are too lazy. Why don't they come up with new questions? I've already taken 6 subjects. Why are all the teachers so lazy? Are they all going to draw questions from the exam question bank of the past 10 years? Jiang Xiao realized that he didn't need to use a book at all. He simply searched for the question bank of the Star Warriors University using his mobile phone and brought up the first line of the questions. Single choice, multiple choice, short answer. Major and minor questions were all the same. Only those subjects that were related to the current situation had some new questions, but the main points of the answers could also be found in the books. Who could stand it? How about I make a few more mistakes? It would be unfair to those who really wanted to get a scholarship if their results were outstanding. They worked hard and studied day and night for the sake of getting a scholarship. Jiang Xiao didn't want that. He was the one who pioneered the land and kept watch at night. His future was basically determined, but other people were different. Money, honor, and ranking were all very important things. Don't ruin other people's futures. Jiang Xiao pondered and began to show mercy. Thanks to Jiang Zhao's compassion, the week-long exam ended quickly. Jiang Xiao could be considered to have reached the end because every night, he would be under the bed and on top of it. Due to the fact that both of them were him, he slept sullenly every night. As soon as the exam ended, Jiang Xiao, who was in the Maple Grove estate, committed suicide to atone for his sins and ended his sinful life. Jiang Xiao booked a flight for the next day. Hence, after he came out of the examination hall, he went straight back to his dormitory, packed his bag, and prepared to return to the Maple Grove estate for the night before rushing to the airport the next morning. Time to go home for the Lunar New Year. The other 3 guys in the dormitory had also returned, all of them looking sullen. However, Jiang Xiao knew the characteristics of the top students. Although they looked sullen, their scores might be higher than the other after the results were out. Jiang Xiao wasn't a fool. He definitely wouldn't go forward to comfort them, especially Ren Shu from Ludong province. He definitely had something up his sleeves for being able to get into the Star Warriors University from Ludong Province. The examinees from Ludong Province, Zhongyuan Province, Haisu Province, and a few other major provinces were at least inferior to the examinees from ordinary provinces in terms of learning ability. Renshu and Han Xian looked sullen, and Gu Shi'an wasn't much better either. He even stared at Jiang Shao with a resentful gaze as he packed his bag. There were only 2 Nebula stage students in the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers. One of them was Jiang Shao, and the other was the super genius Gu Shi'an. Jiang Shao had an internal agreement with the Wasteland Reclaimers that he had to report to the Guardians of the Night during the winter and summer holidays. Hence, Jiang Shao could go home after the exam. However, Gu Shi'an was different. He should be one of the Happy New Year's Day contestants. It would be good enough for the Wasteland Reclaimers to give him a 7-day holiday. Similarly, it was the same for Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Previously, Xia Yan emphasized the sword of desperation, star technique, and said that the teacher wouldn't bring them along. Hence, Jiang Shao was very relieved because the Wasteland Reclaimers had a good sense of propriety. Jiang Shao wanted to protect Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan, but they were in the Galaxy stage and he couldn't get along with them at all. Besides, Jiang Shao had already made up his mind to prepare for the World Cup. Hence, he wasn't going home to enjoy himself during the winter holidays. Instead, he had a very difficult task to accomplish. However, Gu Shi'an couldn't be bothered about that. His only companion, Nebula, was about to leave with his school bag. Gu Shi'an had just lit up the cigarette in his mouth, and he actually smoked half of it. "I'm so worried, I'm leaving." Jiang Shao dragged his suitcase and carried his school bag while looking at his 3 roommates. Renshu said, "Have a safe trip." Han Xian said, "I won't see you out." Gu Shi'an put out his cigarette forcefully and sighed heavily. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Don't forget to send Boss Jiang a Happy New Year message during the Lunar New Year." Renshu was speechless. Han Xian was speechless. Gu Shi'an said, "Go ahead. It's delicious and fun. When school starts next year, you'll be the only Nebula." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, is he trying to give me pressure and remind me not to forget to train during the Lunar New Year? Jiang Shao dragged his suitcase and walked out of the door smilingly. "Tell Demon Qin to let him help you recover after every training session. Without me, you won't be able to get up the next day." Gu Shi'an said, "What a joke." Jiang Shao looked up at Gu Shi'an as though he was a fool and said, "Do you really think that you rely on your body's self-recovery to get up every day?" This time, it was Gu Shi'an's turn to be stunned. "I thought it was the effect of the special meals they provided." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. He turned around and said, "See you next year." Han Xian and Ren Shu looked at the silly Gu Shi'an and felt pity for him. This stupid pig has been sleeping for half a semester, yet he doesn't know that the dog on the opposite bed has been nurturing him for half a semester? Gu Shi'an blushed and seemed to have recovered from the shock. He looked at Jiang Zhao's back and said hesitantly, Thank you." Jiang Shao continued to move forward without turning back and simply waved his hand. After returning to the Maple Forest estate, Jiang Shao found a quiet corner in the corridor and calculated the length of the corridor before carefully activating Calamity Ruins. He then took out his wallet from his school bag and threw his suitcase and school bag into it. There wasn't much money in his wallet, but it was mainly filled with his Star Warrior ID and student card. Jiang Shao would need them when he boarded the flight tomorrow. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Shao saw Xia Yan checking the answers in the living room. One moment she was sighing, and the next she was overjoyed, amused. Jiang Shao moved forward and sat beside Xia Yan. "Are you ready to wash the socks?" he asked. "Hee, I know what you're capable of." "Wait for the result." Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao with disdain and said, "Let's wait for the results." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Hey, I'll give you a new option. Call me Brother Xiaopi and we'll forget about our bet. Xia Yan's eyes widened and she exclaimed, Are you trying to trick me? Wait for the results of the exam. You've lost the bet, so don't be a coward. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and glanced at the exam paper in her hand. Everyone had submitted their answer cards, and the exam papers could be taken home. Xia Yan's habit was to write the answers on the exam paper before smearing them on the answer card. Hence, it was obvious what she had chosen. The last exam was A Brief History of Star Studies. Jiang Shao looked at the exam paper in her hand and said, Choose C for the second question, D for the 13th question, ACD for 22, BCD for 28. Xia Yan froze for a moment and looked down at the exam paper in her hand. The more she looked at it, the angrier she got. You. Shut up. Jiang Shao slumped onto the sofa and stared at the ceiling lazily, looking like a lonely expert. You made a mistake with the first question. The first country in Europe to open the sinful temple dimensional space was Norway, not Finland. The one in Finland is called the Dark Temple. It was opened in June 1983. You made a mistake with the first question, and the rest of the questions about the country and the people were all wrong. Oh no, it's all over. Xia Yan threw the exam paper away, leaned back, and slumped onto the sofa in the same posture as Jiang Shao. However, she looked like she had lost her dreams. Her mouth was still muttering words like finished, socks, and so on. Han Jiangxue had just changed into her pajamas and walked out of the bedroom, only to see the two kids slumped on the sofa in the same posture, looking up at the ceiling with listless eyes. This scene was a little too comical. Han Jiangxue saw the exam papers scattered on the ground and thought that the two of them were in a bad mood because they did not do well in the exam. Little did she know that just now, Jiang 3-year-old had taught Xia 3-year-old a lesson. Seeing that his sister had come out, Jiang Shao finally sat up and looked at Han Jiangxue. I asked Qin Wangchuan and he said that the exact time of your vacation has not been decided, but if there are no special circumstances during the Lunar New Year, you will be allowed to go home. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, Okay, your flight is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Shao said, Yes, you must take good care of yourself when I'm not around. Han Jiangxue smiled and said, There are many wasteland reclaimers around, it's fine. As for you, you weren't in a good mood after returning from your training last summer. Will it be the same this time? Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and lied. No, she won't. With the previous experience, second last will pay attention to the balance between work and rest this time. Don't worry, I'll wait for you at home for the Lunar New Year. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao quietly for a long time before nodding gently. Okay. She then took out her mobile phone from her pocket and pressed on the screen while saying, I'll transfer 3,000 yuan to you. If second last needs anything, let me know in time. I still have some savings here. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, Enough. I don't have anywhere to spend money. 3,000 is enough for me to spend for a while. I'll go home and buy some stuff for the Scourge Ruins. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and thought about it for a while before saying, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Weapons, fitness equipment, and the like are fine, but you're not allowed to buy or spend money recklessly. Huh. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, it's just some stuff. Why would it cost 100,000 yuan? Do you think I want to renovate my house? Jiang Shao hurriedly said, No, I don't need that much money. Even if I do, I'll just get a few star beads. Star beads are best used to improve yourself. Remember, second last is the king of the galaxy stage. She brought you along not to make money, but to improve your strength. I'll give you money, so just take it. Han Jiangxue said softly. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, Little Jiangxue is so determined? Okay. I'll pay for the house. You'll pay for the renovation fees. I'll go to the snowfield and work hard to get a good car. I'll think about it and see what we lack. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.